Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Tonight, I am joined by, so far, three very learned and special individuals. We'll just go clockwise here. Up top right, we've got potentially criminal, otherwise known as Sean.
Good evening, everyone.
How's it going, man?
I'm doing great. Good day. It's a good day.
It is. It is a good day. Bottom right, we have Benjamin Blatt, a Second Amendment attorney. How's it going, man?
Can't complain. Got mixed feelings about the decision, but can't complain overall.
Very good. Very good. And of course, bottom left, you guys already know him, the inimitable, irreplaceable Robert Barnes.
Yeah, thrilled to be on with. I'm reading from all the media that you're super rich now. You're like this super rich Nick Rekieta. He's raking in the cash. You know, the grifting for poor Johnny Depp. Defamed by the whole Amber Heard thing. So I am recommending, however, as the next great celebrity guest to greet Zelensky, someone also known for truth and honesty, have Amber Heard go over to Ukraine. I think that would be apropos.
That would be good. That would be good. Yes, it's amazing. The best part about it is, Robert, of course, I am filthy, disgustingly rich with all of the money that Johnny Depp's team personally paid me. I mean, they say you lost $650 million. We were just doing back work for the lawsuit, and that is all transferred to me, including the island. But what I spent my newfound wealth on was a legion of bots and duplicate Twitter accounts so that I could trend Tug's tits on Twitter. That's what I did. I bought a campaign to violate Twitter's rules and trend Tug's tits. That's what I'm doing now with my money. That's how rich I am.
These guys' confession through projection is off the charts because it's basically amazing what he and his ilk do.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like Bot Sentinel, that's their business model, is to first take analytics, of course, look at those analytics, which I love it. He's like, we analyze these things. It's like you went to a couple websites and typed in account names with a browser plugin. You didn't do anything specific. And then you drew conclusions from this weird data. And then the real bulk of their business is engineering the exact thing they're saying they don't do. That's the trick, because that's how you're supposed to counter the narrative, is with one of your own. It's phenomenal. And they cannot fathom that two idiots on a live stream with 12,000 people watching could somehow manage to get, 10,000 of those 12,000 people to tweet something. And actually, the way live streams work and people come and go, it's more like there are about 50 to 60,000 unique viewers throughout the course of the night. And so all those people had the opportunity to follow up. So really, I mean, the amount of growth, or the amount of representation on the tweet, was right in line with kind of what you'd expect. A little high because it was funny. So you got 20 to 23% people participating, but I mean, it's not out of the ordinary or out of the question. These guys just have no idea what it's like to have an engaged audience at all. So it's great, but we are not here to discuss that. As fun as that would be, and dunking on Christopher Boozy has become my new pastime since he blocked me. So I expect some of that in the future. But we're here to talk about the New York State Pistol Association versus New York, and that went to the Supreme Court and came back today with, look. I know Ben's going to tear this thing apart. I already know. I can feel it. I can feel the heat radiating up from this area. But it is a positive Second Amendment decision, and it's the first one we've had really at this scale since 2010. And then it was 2008 before that, and then it was like 39 before that. So that we had any decisions on the Second Amendment at all. So it's like this is a rare event, and so I think we're here to celebrate the victories from today's decision, talk about the pitfalls of today's decision, where this is going to go, what we can expect for some other cases. I know there's some people with some theories out there, but that's kind of the idea. And I'm going to rely on you, gentlemen. I've not had time to read the full decision. I was driving all over the great state of Minnesota today. So I have just snippets, but I know you guys are going to be very, very well versed in what's going on and have excellent opinions and insight on all of it. So with that, I think we could just go ahead and get started. I was going to add Robert and Benjamin's contact info in the description. Robert, you want the locals link, I assume.
Absolutely.
Ben, should I put your Twitter handle in there, or should we do something else?
Twitter's fine. I really need to actually do social media. I still have the OnlyFans that I'm working on, but
yes, OnlyFans. I'm just trying to think what it would be. Would it be like guns with boobs on them or whatever? Like, would that be? Because that's a pretty good OnlyFans. I think.
I'm just gonna write proposed tax code, and for $100, I'll stop for 5 minutes.
There you go.
I'm gonna call it "I fuck everyone."
I think when you do your OnlyFans, every $100 a month tier subscriber should get a customized AR-15 pistol grip that is appropriate for OnlyFans. If you know what I'm saying.
I'll build them a custom AR for that.
There we go. So who can summarize this case really succinctly or long-windedly? I don't frankly care.
I mean, the short form is simply the court adopts the Heller standard.
That's
yes.
true. I mean,
yes.
To clarify, the Heller standard is what it's supposed to be. Two major impacts of the case. There's a public right. The right, Second Amendment right is not limited to your home. It includes the right to public carry for self-defense. And secondly, it's just a history test. It's just an originalism test, just a text test, not an additional intermediate scrutiny quasi-test that appellate courts have been adding since Heller was issued. The decision was 3-3-3, but the three concurring justices all joined fully in Justice Thomas's decision. Their concurrences were mostly arguing with the dissent about certain topics and Barrett's esoteric point about philosophical issues with historical evidentiary analysis for jurisprudential purposes.
Well, and Alito's beautiful black pill.
Yeah.
Yes, that was.
I know they clearly could have gone further, but from a gun control perspective, this decision was a disaster because not only did they lose the right to control guns outside of the home, there's a whole bunch of laws, a bunch of Ninth Circuit decisions rely upon that second level test that the U.S. Supreme Court just tossed. Any kind of limitation on the right to public carry is pretty much dead beyond what's law in the 43 states that currently. But the states that impose a discretionary standard and allow some bureaucrat to take away your right to public carry is pretty much DOA. In addition, a bunch of gun laws that never passed the original test are now dead. The Ninth Circuit's got a bunch of cases that are going to have to be reconsidered. So from a Second Amendment perspective, it's maybe one of the best decisions ever issued in the history of the Supreme Court. From a gun control perspective, they're horrified. But to Ben's point, they definitely could have gone further, and they pulled back from going where I would have gone. Second Amendment should read in the words it's written in. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be abridged, period.
And my two big issues, first of all, there's too much language in there that would seem to indicate they're not going to touch NFA, which sucks because they keep referring
they're never going to touch that.
Dangerous. Right. And then the other issue I have is that they didn't simply say, we have this super heightened strict scrutiny standard that we used to use for Casey. We're not using it for Casey anymore. Let's apply it here. That I would have loved. They just said, we're going to apply the super heightened strict scrutiny to the Second Amendment, which means that no regulation whatsoever, because that's how we used to do it with Casey, and it's not being used anymore anyway. But we're never going to go that far.
I have just generated the single hardest to answer poll in the history of mankind in the chat. So just want to put that out there.
What is the poll?
It says the right to keep and bear arms, and it has 4 options: shall, not, be, and infringed.
There you go.
So there you go. So yeah, this is an interesting thing to clarify. or I guess let's peel back a little bit, because I have a feeling we could get lost in lawyer speak for some of the members of the chat here. Heller was a 2008 decision in Washington, D.C. that focused on one particular issue, and that issue was whether or not you could be required to disassemble a gun that was kept inside of your home. That was Heller. Basically, like, I want to point out to people the absolute state of lunacy that that the D.C. lawmakers were in to create a law that made a legal requirement that said to keep and bear arms within your own home was illegal if the firearm was assembled. Like, it's insane to really think about how you go from a pretty clearly written mandate in the Constitution that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and they infringed it all the way to within the privacy of your home. So that was the ruling essentially in Heller, is within your home, you have an unabridged right to keep and bear arms. Now, that implies a lot of things. People read a lot of things into that, but that's the core ruling of the case. The rest of it is Scalia laying out some foundational work and providing a whole bunch of places to go for future cases like this one that would come up. And in this case, the question was, could you be restricted from acquiring a permit to purchase a handgun within the state of New York, effectively, or I guess within New York City, right? Is where the ban is.
Within Manhattan, particularly for public carry purposes, different set of rules for at home or hunting or work or the rest. And the other big thing with Heller was there has been this long liberal argument that very few state Supreme Courts had ever adopted, but a few had over the years, that the Second Amendment was just a militia right. And it made clear, no, it's an individual right. And one part that they also language-wise expand on here, I actually had a Supreme Court cert petition that I wish they would have taken for Laugh at Libs from Oregon, was that the Second Amendment is a right of self-defense, a constitution. And I think ultimately that means it should extend to other criminal laws and other categories, that it's a constitutional right of self-defense that isn't limited to arms as the means and method to do so. They do have a lot of good. Heller was the one that established, yes, it's a right of self-defense. Yes, it's an individual right, not limited to the militia. Both of those well reaffirmed today.
Very, 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 very good. Let's talk about how the ruling plays out. Then we'll do some super chats in just a minute, but I want to kind of kick the topic into gear here. So the ruling essentially says that there isn't a.
You don't have to write an essay for it.
Right.
Because that's like the last part for New York. You have to, in Massachusetts, you have to as well. You're like, dear police chief, here's why I want to own, guns or carry guns. I think Massachusetts actually had a case that was coming up too, working its way to SCOTUS. So I think that kills that one in Massachusetts as well. But yeah, it was solely, you had to write to them and you had to convince them through your essay. And if it wasn't good enough, too bad.
Yeah, right. There are, I think, 6 states that have this, plus the District of Columbia. So it's, I think California, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York. What were the other 2?
Hawaii.
Yes. Of course, you can always put Hawaii there. They're right there with California, just because they're adjacent geographically.
This is the death of May issue, which is good.
Right. Yes. And so the problem with this is your ability to purchase a handgun for this purpose, and just saying for this purpose actually makes me feel legitimately dirty, but your ability to purchase a handgun rided on the potentially arbitrary decision of some sort of law enforcement bureaucrat. Typically, like in my area, Minnesota's a shall issue state, but you have to write your application for your permit to carry or permit to purchase to the sheriff, to the local county sheriff in your state. So if you're in an outstate area like where I was, even if it wasn't a shall issue, you were probably going to get that permit unless the sheriff particularly didn't like you. Whereas if you were in a metro area, you are likely going to be restricted in some way from acquiring this permit, either some undue delay or burden that would be put upon you, or just an outright denial. We saw in some of the Hawaii cases that went up through the Ninth Circuit that this case was really kind of addressing adjacently to this, that in California, well, in some cities in California, like LA and San Francisco, and then in pretty much all of Hawaii, it was effectively impossible to get a gun, to get the permit that you needed, because the discretion was just no. And there's no appeal, there's no explanation or anything, because these laws were written to allow a sheriff to use their intuition, knowledge, training, and experience to make a determination about the person buying the gun. And there are reasonable sort of concepts behind that. Like, for example, if there's a guy who they just can't stick a charge on, but they're arresting him every other week for disorderly conduct at a bar, right? Like every week he seems to be getting in trouble and they keep getting dismissed out because of mutual combat or something like that. Maybe the sheriff's like, if this guy gets a gun, I mean, I know this guy, he's an idiot, he's a hothead, he's a drunk. If he gets a gun, someone's going to be dead. That would be kind of the sales pitch explanation of why you would pass that type of restriction. But the reality is that's not what was going on in any of these states. You're not talking about that. You're talking about blanket bans without saying it's banned. It's the I'll consider it. I'll consider it just later. So that is effectively going to go. What impact will this have on existing schemes like that, like Hawaii, California? Those are going to be out, I assume, but they'll have to be challenged likely in court and then challenged with this ruling as the grounds. It's not like these things just go away.
I think
their
FPC,
DOA, if they're smart, they'll change the laws. But what do you think, Ben?
well, I think FPC has active lawsuits in each of the states as it is. They'll just file amended filings in those lawsuits. I think that'll be sufficient.
And then there'll be a bunch of Ninth Circuit and other gun regulation laws where they'll argue intervening change in the law and they have to re-examine it. And in some of these cases, the Ninth Circuit was dumb enough to say that under the first standard, the law would be out. But under the second standard, I mean, the way they structured it. So there's a wide bunch of California's gun restrictions are going to be DOA within a year.
Most assault weapon bans are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and I think it stretches especially to these magazine bans. You know, the question is, what is a common arm? The idea that 30 rounders or whatever are not common is just right out the window.
It goes right to that great district court decision that judge issued that got overturned by the Ninth Circuit. He articulated he was anticipating this coming down. He articulated the grounds by which those laws have to get struck down. Yeah, I mean, Washington State in particular is about to screw themselves because their magazine ban is imminent.
Didn't that district court judge in California, didn't he end up moving up to the Ninth Circuit, also like upholding similar decisions on appeal, but then get overturned en banc? Is that how that played out, or was that my just fantasy?
The guy I'm thinking of is the Cuban guy who's still at the district court.
Benitez, yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he's still a district judge.
There is another judge that made
the Korean guy. It's the Korean judge that
from a prior case that may be right that moved up under Trump.
That might actually be one of the roof Koreans from
there's
the 92
a roof Korean
riots.
on the Ninth Circuit. Yeah,
that's right. That be that guy.
There's no proof that he was a roof Korean.
There's no proof except our dreams and
don't ruin my
dreams
become
true.
This is fanfic right now, Ben.
Some images that look, not too far apart.
Yeah. But
wait, are you saying all Koreans look alike?
That's a Nick Ricada comment, not me.
Wait a minute. I have not had that much soju yet.
I'm particularly happy, if nothing else, because Indiana's constitutional carry bill or law is about to take effect July 1st, and one of my big issues with the wording in there is that it goes from shall issue to may issue for people who want the licenses, and that was my huge concern, is that Indiana State Police would stop issuing licenses, and now they can't. So the timing is perfect for me.
Yes, absolutely,
and it's a critical thing. So I want to pull up a tweet that. There's all sorts of fun stuff out there around this.
Tell me this is some delicious cope you're going to pull up.
I wish I could have been watching Twitter.
Is it the Dred Scott tweet?
Well, no, but if you got it, pull it up.
I got that. It was beautiful.
Oh, that's great. I mean, Thomas was the perfect guy to write this. He references over and over again the long history of these laws being misused and abused to restrict the rights of Black Americans.
All gun laws are pretty much racist at some point or another.
That's historically how they've been mostly applied. It tells you what their real purpose is by the state. So he has a lot of great quotes. But I did love Preet Bharara and some of the other law Twitter quotes, which was the court missed the tone. And I was like, I didn't know, and they didn't read the room.
They didn't read the room, yeah.
I didn't know there was a read the room.
We're not selling fucking air conditioners here. I'm not reading the room.
Well, maybe you aren't. Today, this is brought to you by Train Air Conditioners. Train Air Conditioners, full supporters of Second Amendment rights. They're sponsors. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But no, yeah, I didn't know that was one of
The
the
Maytag guy's got an
standards.
AK in his toolbox.
It's like, yeah, when they were laying all these decisions out, they're like, well, we've developed strict scrutiny, we've developed intermediate scrutiny, we have the rational basis test, and now we've got the read the room standard, which is there was a conveniently timed, who can I even say that, school shooting in Texas that got a lot of press and had a lot of state actors actually preventing people from preventing the shooting itself, preventing gun owners from entering the building and attempting to stop it, and preventing themselves from going in and attempting to stop it. We've had just absolutely earth-shattering testimony from high-ups in the Uvalde Police Department saying that they could have stopped that shooting within 3 minutes, chose not to. For various reasons. But
I do just want to say about that real quick, Nick. That's got to be the first time in history where the cops were stopped by a door and didn't say, oh, we heard somebody yelling for help, so we went in anyway.
Can you imagine the excuse is a door stopped us?
Robert knows where I'm going with that.
Credit to Alito's concurrence, because he also took apart those arguments that the dissent was all guns are bad, guns are bad, guns are bad.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he pointed out all the defensive use of guns is now part of the Supreme Court record and official opinion of a Supreme Court justice, detailing all of this information that some of us have known, but often don't show up in court opinions. And he did a great job. And he pointed out, if this was supposed to be so good for mass shootings, why did Buffalo happen? So I mean, he was a little bit sardonic as well. So that was good on Alito's part. Some other language was unfortunate on Alito's part, but that part was good.
The way he called out Breyer, I thought was great too. Going all the way back to Heller, took a big fat dump on the man. It was totally worth it.
On his way out. I mean, this is like one of his last written, published dissents or anything. Hey, by the way, you're a fraud. See you later.
Yeah. Breyer has become Amber Heard's bed. Okay, so here's the one I saw from Neil Katyal. Says this is not just salt, but this is just stupid.
Is he an
attorney?
attorney?
I love it.
Yep.
Let me guess. Some sort of Fed prosecutor or some.
Oh yeah,
shit like that.
he's considered a top liberal nominee for the Supreme Court down the road. So I mean, that's who this guy. But by the way, he spent time defending corporate slave labor in the last Supreme Court term. Just a little FYI. That's who this fraud is.
So he says, going to be very weird if the Supreme Court ends a constitutional right to obtain an abortion next week, saying it should be left to the states to decide right after it just imposed a constitutional right to concealed carry of firearms, saying it cannot be left to the states to decide. And I can't look, I can't get around this. This is such a bad meme talking point.
It's called the Lamau Doctrine.
Oh yes, of left-leaning lawyers, but it's this idea that that the right to an abortion, which is an inferred or implied right derived through some legal hack jobbery over the years, which could actually be valid. Like we could determine that this is some sort of fully protected right under the Constitution, but to say that that is a comparable status to an enumerated right, specifically saying from the founders, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Like it's so objectively clear that is a plus. When you really look at what and this is the point of the history test, when you really look at the time that this has passed, not having a gun was weird. I mean, that's the difference we have from today and then. I mean, there's a lot of guns in America, but there's some statistics that show that there are multiple guns owned by individuals, and that kind of brings the number of guns up, but the number of gun owners has not increased at the same rate. However, when you're talking about gun ownership as a percentage of the population back when the Bill of Rights is being ratified, you're talking about the norm being having some sort of gun for provision for your family. The people who wrote this would have carried flintlock pistols because they would be in literal danger and had just been at war. Like that, it's just ludicrous to think that this was some sort of weird right. That's like, well, they kind of respect it, but almost as much as abortion. And whereas abortion is not even mentioned in the document, or in my understanding, in any contemporary documents around the founding of the country.
Oh yeah, and if you were, if your town had the militia muster and you didn't show up, you're like, oh, I don't own a gun. I don't believe in them. That wasn't going to go well for you.
Right.
Well, I mean, the whole
Especially if
thing-
you weren't like dirt poor, like in the gutter. If you had a house, like, oh no, I just don't have a gun.
And
you
part of
you
it
might get
was-
tuned up for that. Actually,
Well,
back
because
then.
also this was supposed to be a protection against the National Standing Army. I mean, this was private. Like all of my ancestors in Rhode Island all voted no in the original Constitution because it had no Bill of Rights yet. And part of it was fear of centralized taxing power. The other was fear of centralized armies, standing army. And the Second Amendment, the reason why the militia provision is there was never meant as a limitation. It was meant as a means of enhancing the individual right to bear and keep and bear arms to effectively, how do you control the misuse and abuse of federal centralized power? Well, if you had to call up the militia to wage war, you're going to, then that becomes a check on the ability of the abuse of centralized power. And so the goal was to use this individual right to keep and bear arms to effectively make the militia the guardian of liberty rather than a standing army be the guardian of liberty. And so it has a long history that goes deep to the whole structure of government, not just the individual right of self-defense against. By the way, this was good. They said both public and private today. They made that clear in case there was any that which means against the abuse of power of the state or against the threats of an individual. And both of those were there. But as you note, abortion, a right to eugenics, which is what abortion was really rooted in, does not exist until 1970s in America constitutionally. So the idea that he's also wrong on the time. It looks like the Supreme Court added Friday as they're going to publish opinions. So it looks like Roe's reversal might come out tomorrow. Smart of Justice Thomas. Let's put the concealed carry right before we issue the Roe decision to make sure everybody's protected while we're heading out of town.
See, and this is kind of just, the shit take on it, but I'm okay with taking the so-called right of abortion and just doing it as, let's apply the same standard we've just established here. Let's look at the history in 1791 and 1868. What were the abortion laws then?
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not sure people
Food
are
child.
Be okay with that one.
Well,
because,
I would.
Oh, go ahead. Well, that'd be pretty funny. But as laid out in the proposed decision, in the draft decision, abortion was largely illegal at the time of the founding of the country, because this was. It's such a weird way that we do this, but I think it's the fallacy of presentism is one, but there's this idea that what we have has been this way forever, and that's something. But really, we're on such short timelines in our current generation. I mean, when you talk about how media is done, which is something I talk about all the time, and this is testament to that, because you're going to have mainstream media people like Sarah Libby here with absolute shit takes, but they're going to try and grab this narrative. We saw this from Johnny Depp as well. They're trying to grab and control the narrative and do this. But media has always tried to grab and control a narrative. It's just they never had monolithic power until the early 1900s, really. And then coming through the mid to late 1900s, they got a lot. But then we're actually going back towards democratized media, which was much more prevalent before the printing press, and then fast shipping allowed places like the New York Times or the Washington Post to ship physical papers rapidly across the country and eventually across the entire world by plane. You didn't have that. So you had competing papers all over the place. You had individual voices, and everybody wanted to control the narrative, but it's diluted by the fact that there are these little bastions and beacons all over the place, and people go to who they trust. That sounds a lot like YouTube, Twitter, TikTok even of today. It sounds a lot more like how media used to be. And in the same way, this idea that guns were like guns and weapons were always restricted or whatever. It's like, no, first of all, armies throughout history have largely been private. That's that's another weird aspect of this, is the guns and the spears and the swords were privately owned because you might be conscripted and you wanted a weapon you were familiar with. You also wanted to defend yourself and your family if your town or whatever was being attacked. You had to do that. So moving back towards putting weapons in the hands of people is actually a return to normal from where we've gone throughout the 20th century. And it's so weird that we think the 20th century was the objectively correct one.
And not only that, I mean, it was intentional to have private armies at the time because what is a check against the abuse of powers? Not to have a standing professionalized army that could violate your rights on a routine and regular basis. It was a form of putting the means and right of violence in the hands of ordinary people effectively, which would put a check on the abuse of power of the government. And now they don't go into that part of the history, probably for apparent reasons, but by recognizing it's both against public and private was very good. They did a good job of explaining, like abortion. They tried to go back to Rome. Well, there was infanticide back in the day, so that somehow made abortion somehow part of the Constitution. Here, the left tried to go back to some medieval statutes, like when the king was trying to screw people at different times, and they're like, maybe the 1200s isn't the best standard to use for the historical meaning of the Constitution at the time it was passed in 1791.
Right. Yeah, because you can find any period of despotism in any number of countries and say, well, this is before ours, so that's good. Therefore, that's okay. But yeah, and I'm talking on broad trends of these things throughout history.
There's a lot of bad ideas in history you can claim, follow what you're wanting to do.
A lot of them even in the 20th century.
Especially
coming out of Russia and Cambodia.
Central Europe.
I would disagree with the decision. I just wish they would just stick to the text. You really don't need a lot of history.
Yeah,
to just
the historical testing that's the factor of the decision that's going to upset me the most. Is it's not just this is the text, but it's also what is the historical context. Because as Thomas puts in there, it's going to rely basically entirely on what the attorneys present to the judges, and most attorneys suck at that.
Not only that,
bad decision after bad decision. At
the history field is littered with people who aren't eager to protect gun rights. So,
right.
You combine the two. I understand their point and purpose that the text had a certain meaning at the time. The problem is, as I think some of the critics of this form of originalism have said, that's very difficult to discern. We don't get to go back. So let's just rely on the plain. We should only be looking at history if the text is ambiguous. The right to keep and bear arms is not ambiguous.
Right. Not at all. Well, shall not be infringed. It has a lot of wiggle room in it.
Exactly.
When you really get down to it, I mean, there's a lot of room to go there. But I mean, that's actually how our country has operated throughout all Second Amendment jurisprudence, is treating that phrase as if it says anything other than what's on paper. Yeah. And I agree with you guys. I'm frustrated because this decision could have gone far. I think we discussed this, Ben and I discussed this on our show a while back, was that the Supreme Court has taken this case, which is an extremely limited gun case, and they have the opportunity, of course, to go after things like the NFA. They have the opportunity to attack Miller directly, and it's sounding like they didn't fully do that in this decision really at all, but we still get some pretty good.
Well, at least Alito, I think it's Alito, even says some favorable things about the various federal laws limiting gun access.
Yeah, that's why I don't think they're going to touch NFA. I mean, the repeat of, well, there were restrictions for dangerous and unusual weapons that seemed reasonable at the time. That's okay. Well, what is that? That's machine guns today and grenade launchers. Not necessarily because they're really unusual, but because, thanks to the Hughes Amendment, we don't have the access to machine guns. You take away the 86th Amendment, and machine guns would be commonplace and would be common weapons today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the most you could argue out of this is pull SBRs and pull the short barrel shotguns, pull the pistol, any other weapons out of NFA, because those are common. Those should be unrestricted.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as repealing the NFA, look at somebody like Brett Kavanaugh. Do you think that guy,
no.
Oh, he wants to go out to the range and just burn out a barrel on an Uzi that he just bought? No, that guy's never going to do that.
Barrett's fix him. I could fix him. I just look. I'll call Dollhouse Phil, my man, Dollhouse Phil, and we will make a Christine Blasey Ford doll. I'll lift some weights so I can lift it, and I'll drag it out to the range, and we'll see if Kavanaugh wants to stay away from the machine guns after that. I think we can do it.
I mean,
Thomas's opinion does say clearly that the gun doesn't have to exist in 1791 to be part of arms. So that part was good.
Yes, if we had 6 Clarence Thomases on there, yeah, I'd probably already be ordering a battery of Chinese cruise missiles to sit next to my tomato plants. But we didn't get that today.
No, we got.
Although if anybody does have the hookup on that, my email address is on my potentially criminal page. Just follow it to there. I'm not saying I'm interested, but I might.
Potentially criminal means. I get it.
Is it glowy at potentiallycriminal.com?
I mean,
Terry Davis just called me from the grave. He wants me to run you over. I don't know why. It's very strange. No, by the way, just for people asking, no, there's no decision in Vic Mignogna's case today. When there is, I will talk about it, but there's not. So
also
just let people know that
because I have had people ask me this, and I think they were sincere. You cannot go to New York now and conceal carry a weapon. Do not do that.
No,
that is not what this did. You are going to be in serious shit if you try that. So don't do that.
And one of the notable things in the decision is for all that it talks about, you can't restrict the defense right. There's enough language in there that a state could argue we will allow carry, but only if it's open, and get away with banning concealed carry, or vice versa.
Yeah, they clearly made you have to offer one or the other, but you don't have to offer both by the language used.
So don't just assume going to these states or any state that you're just going to be able to carry however you want. You need to follow the state laws.
Yeah. Well, there for a long time, I know some of the southern states, you couldn't do open carry, but you could do concealed carry.
Yep.
Yes.
And that was an issue. Like I know Texas, that was a big deal for the longest time. You could conceal a handgun, but you couldn't display it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it was weird because New Hampshire was like open carry heaven, or Vermont. Yeah, Vermont.
Yes, it's like
whichever one isn't super cucked. It was that one. Had you could open carry all over the place, and that's what they would do. The media would grab pictures of any rally, like the one guy who's got a rifle slung over his shoulder, and they'd be like, all the right wingers are here to murder everyone. But no one died at any of these events. It's amazing. No mass shootings with all these guns around, just trying to kill everybody.
Even Bernie Sanders used to be a good Second Amendment guy. Yeah, people forget that back in the day because Vermont was a big NRA endorsed him repeatedly, and then he changed his tune over time. Also, there's been a lot of, different retirees and other folks have moved into Vermont to change its political direction in part. But the French Canadian northern part of Vermont used to be very populist oriented on gun issues.
You give a man enough lake houses, anybody will change their mind.
Indeed.
But you have to give them to him because he doesn't believe in earning things.
The millionaires and the billionaires.
Okay, I've got some super chats here. Otto Rommel says this decision is even more massive than most people realize. The elimination of scrutiny as the standard decimates 95% of the current restriction schemes in all cases before courts right now and in the future. That sets a new basis for decisions on all future cases. In the AR-15 Miller versus Bonta, they are relying on scrutiny in the argument, and Miller argues under no level of heightened scrutiny can the law survive. What do you guys think about that?
That's generally true. That's generally accurate.
Yeah. Now, I have a question for you, Robert, because I was thinking about this. When you look at civil rights cases, Brown versus Board was a big decision, but it still took decades of going back to court to say you can't. The states say, okay, well then we're going to do this little discriminatory thing, and then it'd have to go to Supreme Court. No, you can't do that. I mean, the case law we have now today is built upon how many levels of cases where the states got cute and said, well, okay, then we'll just do this or we'll do that.
We're already seeing that, this afternoon, New York moved forward to make their transit system a so-called sensitive place.
Yes.
Because those were the words mentioned in the decision, and they missed entirely. It was what is historically considered a sensitive place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they clearly made fun of it when they said all of Manhattan is not a sensitive place. And I mean, you could tell what they really mean by sensitive is courtrooms, government buildings, schools. They're going to be the language they use. They're not going to allow sensitive place to be a broad, expansive interpretation. They realized the mistake of Heller. They didn't lay down the law like they should. They allowed the appellate courts to go nuts for a little better part of a decade, and they've corrected that part. I mean, they could have gone much further, But where they went, many gun schemes that are currently, and the Firearms Policy Coalition, and others that have been brought to suit anticipating this decision, have structured their cases to negate a lot of gun laws on especially a lot of California gun laws are gone.
Yeah.
They're DOA.
FPC today has been just fantastic. With
Donate to those guys.
And California.
Those guys are great. Honestly, they're more the real deal than the NRA.
Yeah, at Gun Policy on Twitter, those guys, they're the real fucking deal.
Everything is more the real deal than the NRA.
Well, yes.
It's so ironic that the left obsesses over them. It's like you guys are obsessing over the least politically policy impactful gun organization out there.
Yeah, I mean, the NRA, what was it, like 12 of the 15 senators who voted for the Senate bill today were NRA backed?
Yeah.
Screw the NRA.
Justice
the funny
Thomas,
thing is,
saved the Republican Party because that was a midterm potential implosion for turnout. And now that, while that's going to be, still a dislike decision, it will be put in the shadows by this Supreme Court decision.
I'm still not voting for Todd Young this November. Screw him.
I wouldn't vote for any of these punks.
Rod Portman.
there's a list
Rod Portman
of,
bitched out. He's not running again, so.
Yeah, most of them are not running again. I bet Graham doesn't run again. McConnell doesn't run again. But what is Capito in West Virginia thinking? I guess, is she planning on not running again? There's no way she gets reelected after joining this.
She didn't read the room.
Yeah, exactly. Same with Cassidy in Louisiana. What is he?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But, the funny thing with the NRA, too, people freak out about them. They spend so little money actually on politicians compared to most other lobbies that if we hadn't been paying for, Wayne LaPierre's shitty Italian suits and for all their back dealing they've been doing and money laundering over the years, the couple $100 million, we'd have like grenade launchers and vending machines at this point if we had actually spent all that money. That's the sad part.
They have become the most feckless and boring organization. Like they're normie
They've been that
central.
way for 20 years or more now.
Yeah, and it's like they're trying to
talk them into endorsing, being involved with the Rittenhouse case, and they're like, "Oh, we think that'd be problematic." Like, what?
It's like problematic. This is exactly what we're talking about. And again,
there's no problem with shooting communists in the face.
the Rittenhouse case was such a
rope's cheaper.
Like, I have to iterate that it was such a straightforward case of self-defense. It was the reason it was such a huge thing is because it should never have seen a courtroom. I mean, that's how bad the facts were for the state of Wisconsin, that should never have seen a courtroom, and everybody felt it in their bones, in their balls. They're like, they look at this thing and they're like, wait a minute, this should not be here based on what they're saying. And all of us are waiting for whatever gotcha the prosecutor had somehow tried to slip away from everybody, and it never came. And I think the jury ended up in that same thing. Like, we don't really get it. I mean, he's getting chased around by these crazy people in the middle of a riot, and he plugs two of them and then, perforates a bicep. What are we missing here? Because if these people are chasing me, I've seen what happens. You get knocked down and then you don't get to get back up. You get hit, you get kicked in the face, you get a skateboard hitting you, you get rocks thrown at you, whatever. And you're laying in the ground and then someone takes your stuff or whatever.
Mm-hmm. You become Reginald Denny.
Everybody's waiting for that. And the prosecution of that case brought so many people out to try and justify sort of the anti-gun sentiment. But places like the NRA, that is the case where you go, this is textbook self-defense. And if he is convicted, which of course is a possibility that he could be convicted, then it is a miscarriage of justice. It is a misunderstanding of the right. The NRA became a political organization that wanted to broaden their base. So they're trying to attract a centrist population, which would include people on the left, on the guns issue, which is the weird thing, because it's like, that's not really like, you can attract people on the left who are right leaning on guns, and that, that's perfectly fine. They'd fit right in the NRA. Actually, they're perfect for it. But they also want people who are left on guns. So they will tip their toes into various infringements and supporting things. And that's why Kyle Rittenhouse was such a poison pill for them. But they should be saying, this is a principle we can get behind because this is correct, barring some bombshell evidence where he has texts between shootings, like, I'm going to kill another motherfucker in a second, like stuff like that. And that never manifested. They teased that they had something similar to that. It's like, oh, these text messages and these phone calls going on at the time. It's like the phone calls was, go down there. There's a fire to put out. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. I mean, it's just insane. But, oh God, I fucking hate the NRA.
By fire, College, you mean the flame of Joseph Rosenbaum's life.
Yes. Yes. And it needed to be snuffed out and extinguished on behalf of children everywhere.
Yes.
Let's talk about prepping says the people demand Drex. Well, we'll get Drex back on soon. Patrick Webb. Nick, I just replied to Star Rinaldi. Thank you at Starzilla. In May, I pledged a monthly donation to Recato Law. Thanks for the reminder. Hey, Rag, it's more super chat money coming your way. I'm better at pledges than Amber Heard. Very nice. Okay, let's take a look at this tweet from Sarah Libby. Because one of you mentioned, Ben, you mentioned this, but here we go. Been working too hard to stop and think about how the Supreme Court of the United States approvingly cited the Dred Scott decision to justify its gun ruling today. Okay, can someone explain what happened here? Because
yes,
it's very straightforward.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful by Justice Thomas. He points out that Chief Justice Taney recognized that he was terrified of the idea of giving blacks equal rights because, dear God, that would mean they would have the rights to bear arms. So he's pointing out beautiful sarcasm present, but it's actually correct legally. He said this was so universally recognized that they were scared to give black civil rights in Dred Scott because constitutional rights means the right to keep and bear arms.
Yeah, it just further reinforces the fact they recognized gun control was used as a tool to control races and those they thought were undesirable. And just like the Sullivan Act in New York, they didn't like people of color or those dirty Italians running around with guns causing problems.
Almost every gun control law has this history. It isn't like some tragic event and they get publicly concerned. It's all we want to keep those people from having power. We want those people from keep those people from having power. Keep those people from having power. That's what almost all of gun control history is made of.
Yeah, we can't have those dirty wops and mix running loose with guns.
Yeah. I mean,
but
that's guns, but it's really any arms.
Well, yeah.
Look at the freaking switchblades. The only reason
I'm worried about
national
nunchucks.
switchblade bans and state switchblade bans is those damn Italians and their gangs.
Yeah. I know. Watch West Side Story too much.
I did like the Supreme Court's reference to say, we're going to do old historical analysis. Given guns were ineffective, the better way to look at older history is what were the dagger rights? Because the dagger is equal to today's handgun. Mm-hmm. And I like that analysis. It's perfect that Thomas wrote it. Thomas was exactly, I think it's on his birthday too.
Yes.
So, they say only Justice Thomas will give a gift to 330 million Americans on his own birthday. But really beautiful decision, brilliant in that aspect. I mean, we all think it could go further to let the words read in the words it was written in. But as far as it's gone, it's the most pro-Second Amendment decision ever issued by the U.S. Supreme Court.
And I think if he had gone further, I'm not sure he would have had the support that he would have.
He wouldn't have. It was clear by the concurrences. And Roberts would have jumped ship. So
yeah.
God, that guy sucks. No, it's and it's a testament. By the way, saying all this is a testament to the power of the gun and why the gun, the arm, the right of self-defense, the concept of liberty from tyranny and defending that liberty being enshrined in the founding document of the country is that I use this in campaign finance discussions, especially when I talk about why Citizens United is a great decision. But and I know that'll piss somebody off in the chat, I'm sure. But here's the thing, guys. Politicians do not act to limit their own power. They act to limit their enemies' and challengers' powers and ability every single time. You can take any law and trace it back to some politician going, this is a threat to me. You could probably find speeding as a threat to a politician's ability to get into something before his out-of-town opponent or some weird thing when you really get down to it. But guns and the right of self-actualization and self-defense are so terrifying to a state politician because they remember that there was a time when we would go grab one of them and hang them or tar and feather them or beat them or whatever, that used to actually happen because tyranny was intolerable because these people had just come out of it. And so this concept, when you look at a gun restriction, always just look at who they're threatened by with the restriction. And it's usually a particular opponent or a particular demographic. And you could see throughout the South during the slave era and shortly thereafter during Reconstruction, when these restrictions on gun rights, specifically for the freedmen who are now being made citizens by these amendments that these guys don't agree with. There's like the 14th Amendment, and its original purpose was to actually just make African Americans born in slavery who were not recognized as citizens to have that natural birthright citizenship and then thus be able to take office. Well, they really worried about what would happen if those groups of these people were going to suddenly be armed because they owned them a decade prior. They were terrified of them.
By the way, they do a good job in the decision of going through how we know what they thought at the time of the 1868 and the Freedmen Bureau, because one of the most common issues was making sure freedmen had guns to defend themselves against racialized violence in the South. And they do a great job of showing that. And one ancillary, going back to the state monopoly, wanting to keep a monopoly on the means of violence as much as possible. In New York, one of the reasons this law is sustained is because a group of lobbyists emerged whose specialty was getting you these particular permits. So much so that it's actually portrayed in the show Billions, where they have a federal judge agreeing to do something in a federal court case so that somebody will get him that right to carry a gun himself. To deal with it. I mean, that's so
a lot of corruption happened in the meantime. People have been paying their way through. But Nick, even to go back further with what you said, to keep people out, like in Europe, hunting is not a common sport. It's an aristocratic thing.
Yes.
You know, there's a reason why. You don't want the commoners to go into the woods together and work on things like marksmanship, you know, even with the bow and arrow. You don't want them working as a team. You don't want them developing camaraderie, you know, doing marching, you know, walking long distances, living off the land. Well, that's because that's armies do that, and they know what armies do, and then they realize, oh, wait, these guys are going to get trained and kill us. There's always been a fear of that.
The whole history of Louisiana Freedmen. When I was down there in New Orleans, the number one thing he kept coming back to, and this was like a black nationalist. The
South was always scared of an uprising. That was the thing they were terrified of all the way up until the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, that's why there's all these restrictions about when slaves can have guns, and, you know, the planter better be nearby, and some other people better be nearby. But like in New Orleans, they would keep freeing people, the different freedmen, because you had the unique cultural history there. You had a large part of the population that was biracial. They would say, okay, we'll give you all the rights except one. Make sure you don't have a right to keep and bear arms. I mean, that was because they knew that was the most effective means to strip the state of its monopoly on the means of violence, which would undermine their ability to abuse their power.
And it's amazing how few guns it takes. How few guns it takes to bring a state to its knees. You know, we're just a few, like a couple weeks now past the 18-year anniversary of Heemeyer, the killdozer up in Granby, Colorado, where it's a funny meme. And
Uncle Marv.
I love talking about it because it's so
Uncle
like
Marv.
it's this crazy story, but it's a crazy story because it was literally a guy with a bulldozer, some cement, some metal, and 3 guns. One guy, 3 guns, brought an entire government to its knees and terrified it so effectively. We're told over and over and over again that your guns will never be effective against the U.S. military, which is insane if you look at any insurgency in the past, I don't know, ever.
Yes, a bunch of illiterate dirt farmers in Afghanistan proved that wrong.
Well, to be fair, those illiterate dirt farmers now have a shit ton of high-end American arms.
Well, yes. So that also shows you there's an incentive to win, because then I can end up with my battery of cruise missiles in my yard.
I'm just waiting for the video of an Afghan prince. You know, when they do that with like the Bentleys, they'll get like a bunch of guys to pull on the side of them, get them driving on 2 wheels. I want to see that with like an Abrams tank that we left over there.
There's not one with an Abrams tank. There is an Afghani YouTuber who's doing gun videos from guns that he's collected that were left behind.
I've seen a couple of those. It's awesome.
He pisses me off the most just because I want every single gun he has in my collection. If those were going to be surplus, they should have been surplus here, damn it.
Well, and I'm not going to try to get too glowy here, but when people say like, oh, you know, the government won't stop. Like, the government is not going to drop a JDAM on some cul-de-sac or let some A-10 do a gun run and shred up, a house full of soccer moms. Like, they did that, the game's over. I mean, number one. Number two, all these people who are supposedly going to do their bidding have to sleep somewhere. They have to get their food from somewhere, and
that's why they want drones and more AI weapons.
Well, I'm just saying,
Chloe followers, but the whole idea of they have to sleep somewhere. There's any number of fiction books, nonfiction books out there that point out that that's how you fight an organized army when all you have as personal arms is they have to sleep somewhere.
I'm not saying you should read Matthew
24/7.
Ben probably knows this name. I'm not saying you should read the books by Matthew Bracken, but you should probably read the books by Matthew Bracken.
Or if you enjoy the science fiction version, Michael Williamson. He's actually a client of mine.
That's a good one
Freehold
too.
Books, especially the anthologies, are basically a textbook on a small armed force taking out a larger armed government.
There's also a book by a guy named John Ross.
Yes.
It
has something
Google
to
it.
do with consequences.
Google it. Yes.
I can't remember if they were intended or unintended.
No, it's very unintended, very unforeseen.
If you, and I'll put this right out there for the stream, unintended consequences, you can find free versions. He's passed away, so it's not like you're depriving him of any money if you get the free version online, but it's an interesting little book.
Yeah. Nick, I'm sorry. We've made this glow hotter than Chernobyl graphite, but we had to do it. You got to spread the word.
New followers that are all based out of Virginia, Nick.
It's fine. Everybody can just go ahead and subscribe to Potentially Criminal, and you definitely will be put on an FBI watch list. It's fine.
Oh, come on!
I've been on one for a long time
least
now.
5 watch lists at this point. You're not trying.
Yeah.
But the whole idea that guns are like they're simultaneous. It's the dual status, right? They're simultaneously completely ineffective and also the most terrifying things on the planet. Right. They must make them illegal, even though there's no way on earth they could be used to stop, a superior government or whatever from kicking in. It's like, okay, well, explain Uvalde then. Again, like explain Pulse nightclub, explain Parkland, explain Newtown, explain the Aurora Theater shooting. If guns are simultaneously ineffective, but also the most terrifying things on the planet, and a government could easily stop them, why can't the government ever seem to stop them when it's necessary to do so?
Who was that former cop in California? The one who went on a shooting rampage and basically
paralyzed
Dorner, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely got 6 stars out of that one.
Yeah,
but but when you're wondering about why the government can't stop them, that sounds very much like that'd be a great topic for a hush hush episode at vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
There you go.
I mean, if you want to get more straight into the terrorism, the Boston Marathon bombing.
Yes,
that was 2 dudes with basically
pressure cookers
supplies.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and
paralyzed the entire city.
It's amazing how little
Boston strong though, yo.
And it's amazing how little it takes, and that's the real reason politicians are scared of guns. They will always couch it in the deaths of children, because politicians, it's the one thing that the average American cannot do so easily is stand on a smelly pile of corpses and tell you about their reelection campaign. But politicians will do it 10 times out of 10. It's a neutral assertion of politician, by the way. It's not a left versus right thing. They will all stand on the corpses of children, feed you a line about how this could be prevented if you just reelect me and let me implement some policy that I have, with no data to back up how it could be prevented, no data to suggest that it would even be effective. None of the, and maybe this is important to remind people of, this compromise bill that came out and why we have 15 Republicans out there turning and signing on to this thing is entirely because of Uvalde. People are saying Uvalde, whatever the fuck it is, town
Who
in
cares?
Texas.
Yeah, it's Texas.
This thing has caused this reaction from politicians who are making this political point, who are making the bodies of children their megaphone. And importantly, I'm pretty sure that none of the restrictions in the bill would have had any impact on the shooting at all.
Not a one.
That was Alito's point in his concurrence. He's like, basically the dissent is guns bad, but they fail to show how any of the proposed reforms they're even talking about could possibly lead to the benefit they're claiming. Yeah. And by contrast, we know lawful right to access to guns saves lives every single day. Best
Well,
way to stop a mass shooter, Trump used to say, is to have a good guy there with a gun.
Yeah,
So
I mean that was most of what Alito's thing was. The other part was basically more or less thinly saying, "I can't believe you three are on the Supreme Court."
Hey,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
leave the Kevin James impersonator on the court alone. She tries
Oh my
hard.
God.
Is it Kevin James in drag? I've never been able to figure that out.
But the whole thing is just it's baffling to me
Well,
that this keeps coming up and people keep buying into these talking points.
It's because at the end of the day, Nick, if a politician says, "Oh my gosh, these people are coming after me," nobody cares. Even the people who are really political, like, "Oh no," like somebody's coming after politicians, like nobody truly cares. I mean, instead it's like, "Oh my gosh, they're coming after kids." Okay, that's why people care.
Yeah.
Because if the politician's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm in danger," nobody gives a shit. It's like,
But that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that an armed populace can't be controlled. And we saw we saw it with the what's that weirdo family's name in Nevada and
the Bundys.
The Bundys.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Again.
Much respect to them.
A couple guys with some firearms. Literally, I mean, completely stalemated the United States government. They had no idea what to do.
And they walked on federal charges.
The government's been after them forever, and they broke every rule in the book. And thank goodness the federal judge finally enforced a few of those rules to stop.
And they walked the second time with their stunt in Oregon too. A bunch of them
that
did.
one was less impressive.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
That's true, but I give them credit for trying.
Random people
they're old
showing up
school
with guns
boys
to
in
protect
Nevada.
your land.
They wore the cowboy hat to court every day.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the first incident where people showed up to just randomly protect them with guns, and the second one where people were shipping them dildos.
Yes, I would agree.
But so people are bringing up Waco and stuff like that, and the thing to remember is that
they will kill you over unpaid taxes.
Oh yeah,
that's Waco.
That's all critical.
Ruby Ridge is the poster, just as Amber Heard is the poster girl for red flag laws. Ruby Ridge is the poster for what happens when those laws.
They will kill you and your family over a quarter-inch of pipe.
As much as I love the Randy Weaver memes, I mean, he got completely screwed. And when you look at the details of it, what it really came down to was the court screwed up a court date notice.
Well, the marshals, I think, had a hand in that one ultimately.
Well, right. It was the marshals, it was the ATF, it was the FBI, all of them rolling together. But he did nothing wrong, even being charged, whatever. He did it by the book in terms of addressing his court case, and the court fucked up.
What's amazing is same sniper at both Ruby Ridge and Waco.
Yeah.
Yes. We're talking about you, Lon. We know who you are.
Yeah. It's also more amazing that one of those wonderful alumni got elected to be the sheriff of San Diego County.
Mm-hmm.
He can go fuck himself.
Well, those guys usually get rewarded. The system rewards those guys that do bad.
Yes, although that sniper still has an indictment for manslaughter still out in the state of Idaho. So
yeah.
The point,
and also just
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, and for those of you guys who don't really know about Ruby Ridge, imagine getting in a shootout with federal agents, killing one of them, wounding a couple of them, being in a massive standoff with the FBI's hostage rescue team for a while. You go to trial, you win, and then the federal government settles with you for a couple $100,000.
Yeah,
because that shows you how bad it got. Yeah.
Also, credit to Jerry Spence on that case.
That too.
The thing to remember, though, and the point I wanted to make with Waco, with Ruby Ridge, with any of these incidents where it doesn't go the same way as it did in Nevada, for example, for the Bundys, is that is the government's alternative to an armed populace, is they have to drop the J-dam on the bunker. They have to burn the building to the ground with children in it. And when they do that, they always they burn credibility with the public. And that's the key, because Waco is not a popular government event. Waco is still, it's regarded as an unfortunate incident in the best light. It's unfortunate the government had to do this. In the worst lights, people recognize it for, tyranny, because, I mean, some of those people in Waco, likely crazy, whatever, disagree with them I'm sure on everything. They probably don't even watch anime. Very, very breaded people, I'm sure. But the reality is, when the government has to burn children alive, that's a cost. And those politicians who make that decision, they know that every one of those is a risk that their house will be the next thing burning down, that their children become in danger. And I don't endorse like the threat to politicians, but politicians should always fear the populace. And when they have to make an unpopular decision like that, they do fear it more. They fear it way less when there isn't a gun in the hands of the next guy. And if there were no guns, I think we'd see a lot more Wacos. That's the scary thing.
Well,
they'd
no
be small
guns, we've
Wacos
been
everywhere.
through that before. I mean, my whole thing is as a result of when people had no guns. But I just want to point out that everything you said, just to tell the stream, does not apply inside the city limits of Philadelphia. They will drop a homemade bomb on your ass.
Yes, they will.
Only in West Philadelphia. That bomb was born and raised.
So don't get too big for your britches if you're in Philadelphia and think that, oh no, there's no way there's going to be blowback, because they will gladly drop a bomb on you. But yeah, that's, I mean, the reality is governments want to disarm people because we're easier to control when we have no weapons. And
Of course.
that's the whole idea. Armed Jews don't go into cattle cars.
Right.
Or
Exactly.
The unfortunate follow-up to that is they often go in the ground.
Mhm.
But the thing is that the more people you shoot in the streets, the less tolerated shooting in the streets is by an armed populace.
The reason nobody invades Switzerland, even World War II, they're like, we're not going to screw with those mountain guys with all with guns. Yeah,
There's a reason there's a reason no one invaded the United States in World War II. I mean, we have records of the Japanese generals. The Japanese generals going.
You can argue with the British and all that way back, but in a meaningful
technically the Japanese did invade Alaska.
You mean Hawaii? Hitting Hawaii?
No, the Japanese invaded the Alaskan islands.
Oh yeah, well, but it was Alaska. Alaska wasn't a state at the time, was it?
But it was American territory.
That's true.
But but we have, the Japanese general. There's a quote from one of the high-ranking
Yamamoto
Japanese generals.
said that.
Yeah, he's like, there's a gun in every house. How would we manage this? Behind every door is a firearm.
Well, and that was the Swiss defense in World War II. Was okay, we'll just shoot twice and then go home.
Yeah. There you go. Here we go. I've got this one. I don't know if we want to take a look at this little article here, letter or whatever, from Rob Bonta, the Attorney General from the state of California. Affirms his support for common sense gun laws in response to the Supreme Court's decision on New York's conceal and carry. So what do you guys think about this? California Attorney General Rob Bonta reaffirmed his support for common sense gun laws, blah, blah, blah. And the court held that New York's requirement that a person show proper cause in order to receive a license to carry firearms is unconstitutional. Despite the ruling, Attorney General Bonta reminds Californians that general prohibitions on carrying loaded and concealed firearms in public without a permit remain in effect. Quote,
well, I mean, as far as without a permit goes, there's nothing in this decision that says that that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But that said, this is also
California's permitting process is now constitutionally out.
Yes.
Right. That's the big problem there. But this is also the blowback to Butcher, the World War II quote. Justice Thomas has made his decision. Now let him enforce it.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I mean, there's some of that.
And this guy will send the police to come burn your house down.
And the Justice Department used some language. If Trump had used language like coming out today from state and federal officials, where they're saying that they're almost on the line of saying we're going to ignore the decision, there would have been huge media uproar. I mean, they're not going to be able to, but it. And then you got Keith Olbermann's crazy tweet. You can pull that one up.
Oh yeah, I'll find that one.
Stack up, Keith. That's all I'm going to tell you, bro.
Yeah,
I want to see you come through the funnel. Make sure you wear a name tag. We'll have some fun.
Yeah,
that's not a
It's not a threat.
It's conditional.
It's an invitation.
All you've promised him is he'll have some fun if he stacks up. That's not a threat.
I mean, what all of these
fun is subjective.
Disrespect for the rule of law from the people who are the rule of law people, claiming that they're the rule of law followers. Remember, they're on the whole Trump era. Trump doesn't respect the rule of law. these statements being
Yeah.
made by state and federal officials disrespect the rule of law.
Well, the Biden statement on it all but called the Supreme Court decision unconstitutional, which was just beautiful.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we can go back and revisit some 1800 decisions about who gets to decide what is constitutional or not, but that ship too has sailed.
I mean, realistically,
Sadly,
most of these
yeah.
takes on Twitter are just astonishingly hot takes on how bad Brown versus the Board of Education was.
Let's see which
Stare
that's
decisis.
it.
Yeah, apparently stare decisis is a suicide pact for many of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved Oberman because he was basically time to disband the U.S. Supreme Court.
I'm trying to find his whichever one, because this dude's such a fucking he cannot be off of Twitter. He's one of those. He's tweeting all the time. Which
He was part of the resistance.
Well, the decision came out about 13 hours ago?
Roughly
14 hours ago? So you'll have to scroll back down to about then.
Yeah. It made my day while I was waiting in court.
You're right. This dude tweets all the time.
Dude, it's really...
He has to because he's unemployed.
I remember when he was actually a funny sports guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He says Samuel Alito is human garbage and justice is an ironic nickname. That's weird. I think the same thing about Sonia Sotomayor.
I mean, he was good, but he wasn't like Stuart Scott good when he was on SportsCenter.
No. Agreed.
Which was it his tweet or someone else's tweet that referred to Barrett as a paralegal?
I don't know. There was so much cancer flying around Twitter today.
Yeah,
it was hard to keep
that one
up.
was like, rights for women, support all women. Barrett's a paralegal. What the fuck?
I mean, it's what you saw was a bunch of so-called liberal scholars, legal advocates, basically expose how little respect they have for the rule of law. When the Supreme Court goes against them, all of a sudden it's let's disband the U.S. Supreme Court.
And
of course, get rid of it.
And the best part is the true salt is being saved for later, when it's really going to flow. When Dobbs
probably
goes
gonna be
out.
tomorrow. I mean,
that's my fingers crossed.
Yeah.
That when they say they've got a release for
Like,
Friday, that's the decision.
I'm glad I only have like one hearing tomorrow that I got to do, and it's over video. So like, oh my god, it's gonna be so amazing.
And I'm gonna be gone like all of tomorrow. All of tomorrow. I'm gonna be flying. But it'll be
spending
fun.
all those riches.
Yes,
flying on your private jet.
Flying
Johnny supplied.
Well, flying on
provided by Johnny Depp in secret.
Are you guys gonna both beat up the stewardess and try to break her wrist?
Yeah. Do you know how much I'm going to say to the stewardess? I'm going to grab her. I took Trump and Johnny Depp and hybridized him. I'm going to grab her by the pussy and I'm going to say, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a woman's hymen? That's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to look deeply into her eyes and say that, but I'm pretty sure we'll be married afterwards.
I assume you'll have some megapints on board.
Yeah. I fly Delta, so I only get Woodford Reserve. That's all they give me. So
what kind of Coke do they have on Delta? Like, is it like Kirkland's brand Coke or what? Johnny can do.
So Overman, here's one. This must be in relation to the January 6th stuff. I stopped following it because it's so fucking boring and it's just a campaign ad. But he says, dear Matt Gaetz, Mo Brooks, Andy Biggs, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Louis Gohmert, Scott Perry, and Jim Jordan, you're all fucked, basically. Flee the country. Shouldn't you be fleeing? Where is God? This guy tweets and it's the retweets that kill me.
Yep.
Here we go. Oberman paralegal. Yeah, it was him. 14 hours ago. Fuck Alito, Thomas Roberts, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, the paralegal, Coney Barrett. I'm gonna post that
would be him. So he was tweeting all day on it, but my favorite one was there.
Oh, here we go. It has become necessary to dissolve the Supreme Court of the United States. The first step is for a state.
That's court pretty fucking glowy to me.
Has now forced guns upon to ignore this ruling. Great, you're in court. You're a court. Why and what do you think you can enforce your rulings? Ignore the court. So here's my biggest lament during the Trump presidency. I agree with Keith Olbermann. I wanted this so much from Trump on some of these rulings, particularly on his immigration ban rulings that were clearly constitutional, clearly within his delegated power from Congress. So when you combine the president as the sole organ of foreign relations, plus the delegated authority that Congress gave to the executive branch in creating, the immigrations and custom enforcement and all of the immigration law through the executive state, They gave the president the power to do exactly what Trump did. And not only did they do it, they wrote it down. They said a president has the power to temporarily suspend for any reason he deems necessary for national security for up to a period of X amount of time. Like Trump's executive order on immigration was directly quoting the statute. And it was amazing that some judge would come in and put on a nationwide injunction. What I wanted Trump to do was to pull the Andrew Jackson, to say, now let's see them enforce it, ban the travel anyway. Any airline, any airport that accepted in a plane from that place without heavy customs enforcement would have all of their employees, particularly, I wanted him to furlough the FAA in Hawaii, every FAA employee in Hawaii, because that's where the decision came from, was why it's like, okay, cripple their tourism and see how long that lasts. Do it. I wanted that fight from Trump. So I actually agree with Olbermann here. Let's figure out what the length of court's power is. And we know the reason it's safe to agree with Olbermann is, of course, they're going to do that. You guys have already talked about it. There's going to be a million little needle lawsuits going up. It's the same thing with Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade is coming immediately back to the Supreme Court. We'll see a new theory of Roe versus Wade in 18 months on the long end, being fast tracked through the courts to determine if there is an implied right to abortion, because all of the overturning of Roe versus Wade will do is say, we don't see it under this existing legal theory. Well, there's an infinity of other legal theories that they can do, and that's all going to be tested. This is going to be tested in the same way, but kind of the opposite. The government will have new restrictions, and we've got it right here, actually. Here's Rob Bonta again in California. States still have the right to limit concealed carry permits to those who may safely possess firearms, which actually
that's not true. If he made that statement, true. He's lying about what the court said. The court was clear.
Basically, what Thomas said is that as long as the shell issue states are using just a basic standard of you ran a criminal background check.
Yep.
Can you possess a gun?
Standards. So he's taking that and saying may safely possess. Well, this guy makes less than $20,000 a year. He's only been in the state a couple of years. I don't know.
But he has a truck, and he has like $9,000 of high-end rifles and a whole lot of ammo while he works at a Wendy's, and we just don't understand it.
Yeah.
Wait, is that too close?
I mourn for the loss of those Daniel Defense rifle. I mean the kids. I mourn for the kids.
It's just wild. But yeah, so they've got it right here. Our office has been watching this issue closely. We are working with the governor and the legislature to advance legislation that is both constitutional, I doubt it, and will maintain safety for Californians, which of course is not true.
Well,
we've
there
shown
is a simple thing to do for all that. California becomes a shell issue state with a criminal background check to get the license.
Yep.
Technically, that does all that.
Anything that's not a shall issue state is going to get struck down under this decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. But it's going to take
year, it's not like
the state's going to be writing some checks to some Second Amendment lawyers. That's what they're going to be doing. I mean, that's the real threat to them, is them having to write checks in the Treasury to fund gun rights advocates in America if they screw around with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, though, you're still going to get judges on the Ninth Circuit saying, no, they're still wrong.
Oh, yeah.
They might
and then they're going to dare it to come back up to SCOTUS, and my concern is they're not going to accept it right away. The abortion cases, they're going to fast track.
The religion one, once if you challenge the Supreme Court's power directly like that, when appeals courts do that, they tend to smack them down just to remind them who has power. So if there was leeway in this case, a little bit different, multiple concurrences that actually gutted the decision a little bit different. Here, my guess is the Ninth Circuit won't budge with it. I mean, they got smacked down bad when they did that in the lockdown in the church cases. When they kept carving out exceptions, Supremes took 2 more cases and smacked them around publicly. So I think that my guess is that the contest will come from state attorney generals and legislatures trying to ignore this. But I think the courts will get the message and enforce it for the most part. I think I don't think they'll push the envelope too much. I might be optimistic on that, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Your lips to God's ears.
Counterpoint: 12 years since McDonald, when they were doing this the entire time.
It was because the Supremes weren't confident enough until they had Barrett on the bench, Barrett and Kavanaugh on the bench, that they could get the decision they wanted. They wanted this decision. They waited until
Right.
both, because God knows what Kennedy would have said. I mean, it's just,
Oh God.
those guys were so, I mean, they make Roberts look like he has a spine.
Kennedy's the only lawyer short an attorney Tom. Let's see. We've got so here's this, and again, this is great. I mean, just these blatant lies from the government always make me smile. In the wake of mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde, and with gun deaths at an all-time high, I don't think that's true. I don't think we're at, what was it, 1996 was one of the highest. It was either 96 or 2006. It was one of the sixes.
The early 90s were rough.
In the mid 70s were pretty bad too.
Yeah.
People forget the Black Panthers started out as a gun rights movement in California because of some of these crazy rules.
Yeah,
Yep,
well,
Huey Newton.
That was Reagan's big anti-gun stuff. Was God, the Black Panthers have guns.
Yeah, we can't let them folks stand in front of the state house with shotguns.
Ensuring that dangerous individuals are not allowed to carry concealed firearms is more important than ever. The data is clear and the consequences are dire. More guns in more places make us less safe, which actually contrary to the only data that exists on this point, which is amazing.
To be fair, that us might be us in power.
In California, we are committed to passing and defending common sense constitutional gun laws that save lives, which point to me a constitutional gun law that is shown to save a life. Like, point to one. What is it? Which one has saved the life? We don't know. I guess Matt Harris, author of death sentences, he did fail a criminal background check. Well, he had a restraining order. So he failed a restraining order background check, was prevented from buying a gun. Does that count? Did that save a life? I don't know. Maybe his.
Maybe. I don't think he would have been competent enough to do anything with the gun, but so maybe.
I don't know. Yeah. Gary Plache counts. I don't know if we can count him.
Oh, no.
I would count him.
The fucking laser eyes.
Why, Gary? Because.
Let's see. What do we got here? Sosky says late. Thank you for that, Sosky. Crackbot. The Republicans seem to have a habit of snatching defeat from victory. 15 Rhino senators just helped pass national red flag laws. I mean,
one caveat there. There are no national red flag laws passed.
It's not.
They're
it's
just
not
spending money,
it's
hoping state governments pass them.
Right.
Still bad, but not as bad as some people thought.
And aside from the 21-year-old stuff in that, my whole issue with that, or my worst issue with that, is the relationship definition. That's some bullshit right up there.
That's serious.
I message with someone on Match.com. Great.
Yeah.
Now I've got a restraining order.
Yeah. I don't know how that boyfriend loophole thing is going to work, because what is the serious relationship?
Yeah, I call that the Amber Heard
anything that's not we work together.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the chat, what we're talking about here is that red flag laws are a method by which someone, sometimes depending on these are state exclusive laws, so each state develops its own framework around it. In some states, it has to be a law enforcement official with some level of not necessarily probable cause, but maybe reasonable suspicion, or some sort of standard that they have to say where someone is a danger to themselves. Now, when it's a law enforcement officer, it tends to be connected to a mental health incident or a criminal act. One of those, a criminal charge, I should say. They don't have to get all the way on a red flag law
alleged
to a criminal prosecution.
Activity.
Right. So basically, someone accuses someone else of some sort of violent crime or a violent threat, and then a police officer can subsequently make a referral for the temporary, in air quotes, removal of someone's ability to possess a firearm until the matter is resolved. Now, the red flag laws disproportionately harm poor people because poor people cannot fight to get their property back. You always have to fight the government to get your property back. That's why confiscation prior to adjudication is such a horrific thing for the government, is because you end up losing a thing that you can't afford to go get back from them with the bureaucratic red tape. But that's some level of red flag law. Now, there are other states that have much more permissive red flag laws where someone with what you guys are talking about, some sort of existing relationship whatever that means, gets to make a report on someone for a mental health incident, and the removal of the guns is based on credibility of the report. So basically, an ex-girlfriend says he threatened me and threatened to kill himself. When he did that, I was scared. Now they can go in, remove his guns, put him on a Baker Act 72-hour psychiatric hold, and someone's guns are gone, maybe forever, because again, getting them back is really, really difficult. What you
actually,
got,
the red flag is not the Baker.
Yeah,
no, it's not the Baker.
No, red flag is basically ignoring the due process that you would get if you were Baker.
Yeah,
I'm saying that in those cases where someone reports someone as a murder-suicide risk, the guns go from the red flag. Then occasionally they will get Baker acted. Sorry, it wasn't clear. Those are separate incidents that go on. But yes, the removal of the guns preemptively, no due process, that you then have to pay to fight to earn your right that you already had back. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. Well, and also the boyfriend loophole is this issue of, in most states, domestic violence is a family member or somebody you cohabitate with over a certain amount of time. Right. So if you happen to, you happen to be like, a strong MGTOW and you keep your ladies at distance, you don't live with them, you don't have no baby mamas. The allegation is, well, there's a ton of domestic violence in those situations, or intimate partner violence, as we've learned the term now, thanks to Johnny Depp. That supposedly this is an epidemic that's happening, and because you don't actually live with the person, there's no domestic relationship, you fall outside of the domestic violence statutes, which, if you're convicted of those, take away your rights to own a firearm. Thank
even
you,
a
Senator
misdemeanor.
Lautenberg. Yes,
and
even a misdemeanor. So you
that's
slap someone.
I was on the front lines of this when the Violence Against Women's Act was passed, and orders of protection was really a great tool for women. Rural counties in Tennessee would not enforce it because it had an automatic gun loss right. Instead, they would impose restraining orders that had nowhere near the same legal benefit, anything else. It was counterproductive. That what they thought would be reducing escalation of violence actually reduced protection for vulnerable women and kids.
Yes.
Yeah. And whether or not you agree it's a good tool, a bad tool, problematic, the issue with this language that they've added for the so-called boyfriend loophole is that it's not saying, well, these two people have an intimate relationship, but they don't live together. Now it's basically saying these two people have a relationship that's not a business relationship or just friends. So, you have a fuck buddy. Well, that's enough to get your domestic violence restraining order now.
It's a serious relationship, and you may not, what is serious? Yeah, and that's the issue.
Yeah, what is serious? You've been communicating online with someone for 2 years and never met in person. That's enough under this language.
Yeah, we got married. And wow,
restraining order is valid.
Yeah, and that's where, and they also, I've seen this idea that after 5 years you can get your rights back, and I don't see how they're saying that, but I don't see how that jives with the Lautenberg Amendment.
I hope the umbrella guy doesn't have any guns, because Amber Heard will be reporting it right away.
Yes.
Well, I would argue.
I guarantee you they would.
I would almost argue that she could make the case that is a relationship under this language.
Because so vague.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that part of the law will get challenged. People had asked about good number of these federal provisions will get challenged. Which ones get upheld?
Right. The only ones that aren't going to get challenged out of this are basically the ones that give the FBI, was it $100 million in extra funds for salaries? Yeah, that fixes school violence.
Exactly.
And
it's proven so well. These FBI guys are on these discords with these shooters in Buffalo and Uvalde. So, it seems to work the other way around.
Is this a Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2021? Is that the one we're looking at, or is it something
It's
different?
like the Saving Community Schools and
the
not killing baby seals.
Something schools.
Obama tweeted about it, I think.
It's about
I'm trying to find the bill text.
It's the one that they just voted 65-33 a couple 2-3 hours ago.
Yeah. Obama put the name of it in his tweet.
Okay, I've got it. Someone told me to check section 1200 and what was it? 1200 something. Let's see. 1203 protects due process. I was going to say use of burn grants for implementation of state crisis intervention programs is section 1203. So consider me skeptical. Let's see what we've got here.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, that's not the due process of domestic violence restraining orders. It's a jumble. The bill is a jumble of all these topics, basically. That's
and they're amending in some cases.
Thing isn't a national red flag. It's funding to emphasize or to incentivize states to implement red flags and stricter red flag laws. But my issue, and I literally could rant for hours because I've done that as a CLE topic with red flags, is red flags supplant Baker Act. It has the same effect. If someone is a danger to themselves or others and should be red flagged, Baker Act them, get them actual professional help, and at the end of that, if they lose their guns, at least they've had the due process point. And in the meantime, it's not like they had access to their guns for 72 hours before that determination was made. So the red flag doesn't say we're going to take those guns, even if the Baker Act part turns out, oh no, you're fine, you're released. Then you got to fight under the red flag provision to get your guns back.
You have to convince them you're not crazy.
Yeah, and that could take 18 months, or you might never get them back. I mean, the Indiana standard, thanks to our wonderful Supreme Court justices, who I'm totally not bad-mouthing on a live stream, is such that...
I will. They suck.
I will, just like I...
Well, I will note that Indiana's one mentioned in Thomas's opinion was perfect, where Indiana upheld a ban on firearms with no actual explanation for why they did so. That's pretty much what our Supreme Court still does today. The idea that you're going to get your guns back easily if you're found to be okay from the Baker Act via the red flag, not going to happen. No. In Indiana, basically, you got to go and pay for your own psych evaluation. And the prosecution can still say, yeah, but we had this initial report or this initial evaluation. And the courts can look at it and say, well, sure, this one's from today, the other one's from 2 years ago, but the one from 2 years ago we find more credible. So screw off, the guns get sold.
Exactly.
Yep.
To the super chat question about the stats and data about how guns save lives, Alito does a great job of recounting that in his concurrence. So that's where you can find that.
Was it 2.5 million uses a year defensive?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he put that. That's great. That's now you can cite it because it's in a Supreme Court opinion. That has great currency, both from a political and legal perspective. By the way, how did lawyers appreciate your CLE rants?
They got credits.
That's great. That's great. That's the lawyers' competition. All these liberal lawyers, they hate the gun, but I want the credit. But I hate, but I want the exactly.
All the ones I do local are gun topics. I think I've done occasional landlord-tenant, but they're almost all gun topics.
Okay, so we're gonna take a look at section 1203. The guy saying you're wrong. So we're gonna look at it and just we'll analyze it and talk about what it says. But I wanted shit. I was going to say something.
One addendum while you're thinking about that to the super chat about Cornelia v. Strom. That limited on Fourth Amendment grounds their ability to search for certain things. It's been interpreted as being a prohibition on red flag laws. It doesn't really address directly. It's only partially helpful. It's a Fourth Amendment case, not a Second Amendment case. And it did not, as some people interpreted it, guarantee the invalidation of red flag laws across the country.
Yeah. Okay. So I remembered what I wanted to say. The critical aspect of all of this is that there is the deprivation of an enumerated right in your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, and just the general concept of your property right and your personal property rights. So you have a property interest in what you own. You have a property interest in you. This is one, how we derived slavery was acceptable within the original system of the United States, was that there were property interests that could be freely exchanged in the person. And it's also how we derive our own interests in our self-labor under the 13th Amendment that says there's a prohibition on slavery. You have a property interest in you and in the fruits of your labor. And so you have the right.
Don't tell the IRS that when it comes to tax basis.
Right. But you have the ability to control and exploit your output based on your physical being. Okay. So when you deprive someone of their firearms, you not only take away their Second Amendment right, but you also infringe upon their personal property right to self-defense, self-realization, self-actualization, and self-exploitation, because you cannot fully exploit yourself if you are not able to defend yourself. And that is a right that cannot be taken away typically without some sort of actual process. The red flag laws take away that process. They presume that infringement is the proper answer, quote unquote, in the interest of public safety or particular safety of an individual. Now, Sometimes you do need to intervene because someone is unsafe due to a crazy person. Yes, that happens. We see it all the time. However, the presumption that your property rights can be infringed as the means to do so with confiscation and seizure is not something we see anywhere else. The only seizures that we allow preemptively are seizures of the person. Seizures of the person, and typically those involve the person's safety. Again, a Baker Act is protecting the safety of the person being Baker acted, being taken in for a mental evaluation. They have become a danger to themselves. Sure, danger to others are included in that as well, but we're talking about a temporary confiscation or seizure of the person, not of their possessions that they will then have to go. Because once that seizure ends, the person is fully free and liberated again. And a Baker Act is limited to 72 hours at the maximum without some further process being involved. In the same way, being arrested, you are limited in how long you can hold someone without establishing sufficient probable cause based on oath or affirmation. This is Fourth Amendment stuff in the seizure of the person. And all of this is controlled. The red flag law throws all of this out to just say, nope, we can infringe on property rights without compensation, without limitation, and without due process. And then you have to enact the process to get it back. This is one of the grossest infringements on rights that you will see, but it's allowed because of the stigma around a firearm. We're like, well, this person might be dangerous, might shoot someone. Might is not a part of criminal law in the United States. It never has been, and it never can be, because I might think a lot of you are fucking criminals, and all of you could go to prison if I were a prosecutor, and might was the standard. So here we go. I've got this pulled up, and I got to say, I'm not, like, I was skimming it. I'm not seeing what the guy is saying. So here we've got the Burn JAG program, Section 501A1 of Title I of the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act is amended. This is the problem with reading a congressional bill outside of the U.S. code, is that you have to then reference internally the United States code and plant this in there. So you're actually 34 USC 10152A1 is amended. So in the matter of subparagraph A, by inserting or civil proceedings after criminal justice. I don't even know what this fucking means, like, because I don't have the main text pulled up. By adding at the end the following, and this is the important operative text: implementation of state crisis intervention court proceedings and related programs or initiatives, including but not limited to mental health courts, drug courts, veteran courts, and extreme risk protection order programs, which must include at a minimum. So these are the red flag laws we're talking about.
Those three already, the first three already happen routinely.
Yeah.
So they must include at a minimum pre-deprivation and post-deprivation due process rights that prevent any violation or infringement of the Constitution of the United States, including but not limited to the Bill of Rights and the substantive or procedural due process rights guaranteed under the 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States as applied to the states and as interpreted by state courts and United States courts, including the Supreme Court. Such programs must include at the appropriate phase. See, notice the wiggle room in the language here, though. This is critical. So it must not be infringing. Well, this is like red flag laws are presumptively infringing because they take your stuff without compensation. They take it. So you have a seizure. A seizure under the Fourth Amendment is always probable cause plus a warrant or a valid exception to the warrant requirement. Always. Always, always, always. You can get no matter what. If a seizure happens outside of that framework, you can challenge it. You will win very likely, unless, it's poorly worded or really ambiguous. But if the idea is that a seizure occurs without either probable cause, without both probable cause and either a warrant or a valid exception to the warrant requirement, like exigent circumstances, a moving vehicle exception, hot pursuit, things like plain view doctrine, things like that. If you don't have that exception, then you're going to recoup your stuff. So within that constitutional structure should mean that, but it doesn't, because this still requires a previous a seizure prior to a search or prior to a warrant being issued. Okay, so next, such programs must include at the appropriate phase to prevent violation of constitutional rights, at minimum notice, the right to an in-person hearing, an unbiased adjudicator, the right to no opposing evidence, the right to present evidence, and the right to confront adverse witnesses. So it says at the appropriate phase. Why doesn't it just say prior to confiscation? Because that's the only appropriate phase in which this occurs, in my opinion. I don't know, Ben, do you have any? I think.
Well, I would say the reading of this is basically, oh, okay, here's your notice that we're seizing your guns. That
right.
Be appropriate within this. That's the appropriate notice, and then schedule a hearing. And like I said, in Indiana, the Indiana Supreme Court's ruling on this, you're not denied the right to confront witnesses or see the evidence, but the burden of proof is entirely on you to get your firearms back, not on the state.
Right.
Which is
right here.
A good part of this decision was the fact that the court kept reminding him it's the state's burden to show there's a legitimate limitation historically rooted in the evidence, not the burden of the person whose rights are being restricted in the first place.
But unfortunately, that's not how red flag laws work.
No.
Red flag laws, the burden is always on the person who's just lost their guns to prove that they're not a danger. And especially when the threat is made up, how are you proving this negative?
Mm-hmm.
So it says, which we're talking about here, the right to be represented by counsel at no expense to the government. Now we've got 3. Pre-deprivation, this is the language they're citing, and post-deprivation, heightened evidentiary standards and proof, which mean not less than the protections afforded to a similarly situated litigant in federal court or promulgated by the state's evidentiary body. So you're at a civil litigation standard, which is not probable cause, which would be required in every other instance of a criminal forfeiture. You have 51% more likely than not as the evidentiary standard. But what is the nature of the hearing? What does it look like?
They're depriving of your rights, and you don't have the right to counsel.
Yeah, and sufficient to ensure.
Different.
Because this is civil, like effectively, this is a civil cause of action by the government against you. That's what they're making this.
I mean,
the
closest thing you could match this to is, frankly, it's firearm specific civil asset forfeiture.
Right.
Yep.
Sufficient to ensure the full protection of the Constitution of the United States, including but not limited to the Bill of Rights, blah, 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 blah. 5th and 14th Amendments. Constitution as applied to the states as interpreted. The heightened evidentiary standards and proof under such programs must, at all appropriate phases, to prevent any violation of any constitutional right, at minimum, prevent reliance upon evidence that is unsworn or unaffirmed, irrelevant, based on inadmissible hearsay, unreliable, vague, speculative, and lacking foundation.
It uses basic evidence standards.
But how are they going to do this? Because this would be for this to work, they have to guarantee a pre-seizure hearing. They have to.
I mean, I assume what they're doing here is they're saying that if you take our funding for a red flag law, these limitations have to be part of your program. They're trying to create a national standardized red flag law for each state to utilize, using money as the carrot.
And I would still say it's not a pre-seizure hearing. It's maybe some variant or something similar to a warrant to the judge, or just basically the affidavit.
I agree, but
an affidavit would fit.
What I'm saying is the only way for them to actually do this, not that they are, but the only way to ensure that this is true would be a pre-seizure hearing with full rights. But again, you would have to, and I think this would be subject to a constitutional challenge, that they would need to have your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney preserved in this at the government's expense.
Yes.
That must be included in a seizure. I can't believe that we have a federal, I mean, I can, but that we're having a federal law that contemplates seizure without criminal due process standards and without representation.
Of your liberty.
It's crazy.
Not just your property.
Penalties for abuse of the program. Okay, so that's all Section 4 says. Penalties for abuse of the program.
That's supposed to come later, maybe, probably not.
Yeah, they won't get to that.
Yeah. So I mean, to David Noble in the chat, to your point, I mean, sure, the bill says something about pre-deprivation due process rights. The scary thing is, and I've talked about this before, that due process has been interpreted to mean the process that is due. It's circular. I believe it's called a tautology. It's a thing that affirms itself. Remembering that Anwar al-Awlaki, who is a giant piece of shit who deserves to be blown up, was an American citizen blown up in Yemen by a drone strike, and the due process was the drone strike chain of command request. We have the target, who's an American citizen on foreign soil, who is not currently engaged in active combat against the United States, but has said and advocated things that are considered seditious, not adjudicated seditious. And he was blown up by a drone. The due process, or the process that he was due, was a chain of command request to pull the trigger, and then the affirmation of that by whatever level of general ended up approving it. Also, his 16-year-old son, who was known to be with him, also an American citizen. Now, this guy deserved to be blown up. He was a giant piece of shit. Would have been happy to pull the trigger myself. However, we don't get to do that because due process should mean some right to representation, even for pieces of garbage and shit. They deserve a right to have a hearing, notice, an opportunity to plead their case. This guy was not adjudicated by a court of law to be guilty of the crimes he was executed for.
Yeah, the way I used to describe procedural due process is, we'll give you a notice and a hearing before we rape you. So it's okay that we rape you because we gave you notice and a hearing beforehand.
Or even just notice of the hearing.
If you get it,
say we don't have time to have the hearing now. We'll have it next week.
Again, that guy's notice was the whine of the missile approaching his vehicle. Like that's what you get. And we have determined that to be due process. So when they say ensuring due process rights are protected, the determination of what those due process rights are when they're not fully and particularly articulated becomes an open question that is going to be state specific, will need to be challenged and refined through the courts, but will result necessarily in infringement in the interim of rights. And I gotta point out, Ben has alluded to this over and over. We already have a process for this in the Baker Act. If someone is a danger to themselves or others, they can suspect it to be. On oath or affirmation, you could say, I believe this person is a danger. Here's why I believe they're a danger. Here's their text messages to me saying, I'm going to rape, murder you, or whatever. And then that person can be grabbed, brought in, evaluated, and they can have their due process rights. And if someone lied or misrepresented in that, they could go after them. All sorts of things can happen for that. That system exists. The red flag system already exists. This is a more broad and looser system for the purposes of confiscation without all the pesky burdens that exist in addition to that.
And one of the other problems is the Supreme Court recently, just today and then last week, are gutting the ability to sue these people after the fact for violation of your rights.
Yeah.
They're limiting Bivens. Today they said no 1983 claims for Miranda violations.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
Well, one of the reasons I focus on the Baker Act so much is it has problems, but you can effectively maintain your rights. The first case I ever took as a sworn attorney, I got someone out from under a Baker Act within 24 hours of the hold starting because I was able to go to the court and say, this was not followed. The due process rights were not complied with. And that was it. And if there was a separate issue and they wanted to do it all over again, fine. But there are actual processes in the Baker Act that protect your rights, get you evaluated by a psychiatric professional to see if you actually genuinely should not have access to firearms without going and saying, we're going to take the guns and then worry about your rights later.
Yep. It's a distinct difference. And remember, they pass these laws because they want them to go farther than what we have. And they rely on the ignorance of the public to say, well, there must not be any way to prevent a crazy person from shooting up a school. No, there's tons of ways to prevent. Fuck the guy who shot up Uvalde or whatever. He was on the FBI, on an FBI watch list, and a particular monitoring program was implemented in that school district for potential shooters. Like, it was already there. They don't. The reality is they don't act on these things when they have all of the tools. They don't implement these tools properly, and the way that these tools are always used. And look at every drug law that's ever existed. The way they're always used is to go after otherwise law-abiding citizens and mess with their lives, mess with their liberties, and that's what I hate and why I'm trying to fight against it personally. But
that was another good part of the decision, was emphasizing anything that gives them discretion is going to be inherently constitutionally suspect under the Second Amendment. If you're giving some bureaucrat or some state official discretion and denial of a gun permit, then you've given them too much already.
And that should be the standard for every single right, period.
Yes.
And you know, if you were to apply that standard to this Senate bill, for instance, I think pretty much every provision in it would fail.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm going to read, we've been going at this for a while. I'm going to read super chats for a little bit. If any of you gentlemen have to go at any point, please feel free. But let me hit some of these. We've got Law and Lumber. I'm still mad. I mentioned this last night. I'm going to say it again. For Pride 2022, he should have changed his name to Law and Limber. He just should have done it just for June. He says, look at these fucking guys. What a panel. Barnes, light the damn cigar. He did. Seriously, love all these guys. MSM damned. Real commentary and pure organic social media hype, aka Nick Betting military special tequila. Get him. Last night I said we got a tweet hashtag trending to #1 in the United States last night. It was hashtag Tugs Tits. And I told the chat if we did it, I would take a shot of this fine spirit military special tequila in the high quality plastic bottle. I almost vomited. It was so disgusting.
The plastic bottle and the size is kind of a giveaway, probably.
That thing's $8, Barnes.
I bet it is. I once made the mistake. I thought cognac was cognac, so I was over in France. I got some $5 cognac, and my friend was like, "You don't understand. Not all cognac is cognac." I learned that lesson with one sip.
Yeah. Yep. That one, I almost learned it twice. That's how that almost happened. I regretted that decision for the entire night. Casey says, "Nice pink shirt, Nick." Hey, thank you. Real men wear pink too. Debbie, oh, nice looking tie, Robert. What does everyone think of the Senate passing this gun control bill today?
El Succo.
Yeah, it's
They can
nonsense.
all go fuck themselves.
Scumbaggery.
There you go. Do you think it's going to pass the House?
Yes.
Oh, yes, with ease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I already referred to my wonderful Senator Young as that piece of dog shit you scrape off your boot on a curb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good
they can all
time.
fucking die.
Mm-hmm.
Natural causes.
Nova says, congrats on moving in the right direction when it comes to rights. Hopefully the trend continues of good rulings in the near future on Roe. Only one word can describe how good this is for America. I assume you guys saw that clip.
That was so bad.
One word.
America can be defined in one word.
Yes.
That
That was a stroke in real time.
Yep.
Zippertation, please. Use the proper terminology. No,
He's had a lifelong stutter. Be nice to him.
I mean, he even talks about when they opened up his head and all that a couple of years ago. That's what they banned Alex Jones off InfoWars for. He was like, I think Joe Biden has some mental issues. That's what they banned him for.
When Alex Jones is suggesting you got mental issues.
He nailed it.
No, I mean, Biden, I loved when he fell off the bike the other day and it said he quickly stood back up as all of the pictures are like two Secret Service agents standing him back up by the armpits.
And apparently he was rushing to sniff some girl's hair or something, or to say hi to some little girl. Did you hear that? That's what I heard. I heard that that's what he was.
The video shows that after he was back on his feet, he immediately made a beeline for a little girl.
So that's probably it. He was
The
like,
hustle never dies.
"Oh yeah, little girl, how you doing?" I mean, he's really the creepy old man. He's like multiple levels of memes and living. And then we got a real story, a headline that said Biden falling off the bike or whatever was good for America or whatever, or good for whatever. I mean, it's like we live in a Babylon Bee world.
No. Nick, you got to go traditional with these things. The machete
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I think the Vikings might have had ways to deal with some of these issues. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. What? I'm just shaving. That's all.
You're just showing off your nice sharp objects.
Just
It's a knife
Just
for
have an
beard.
appreciation for African culture. What?
Next, we've got Mike Doherty as chair of the MSRPA. I'm looking forward to how this gets applied to the other states that are not New York with similar wording. What's MSRPA?
Michigan, Missouri, I don't
Minnesota?
I mean, the
Mississippi.
answer is it's straightforward, black and white. The decision it gets applied equally to all 6 plus the District of Columbia.
Yeah, their
Yeah, but-
laws, all the May license laws are DOA.
And Indiana as of July 1st, because our legislators are fucks.
Speaking of which, I've got to mention this. Right now, we're at peak viewership, basically, and there's a really, really important trial that involves the First and Second Amendment coming up July 11th. I will be covering it. I think I might have to, depends on how the day of the 11th is structured. If they're doing jury selection or whatever, might be covering the 11th at night because I have an appointment right in the middle of the day. But that being said, it's the trial of Lucas Gerhard in Michigan. He is a kid who he was 20. I think at the time he's now 22 or closing in on 22. He's been under arrest since he was since this happened back in August of 2019. Oh my God.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it was right before COVID.
Yeah. And so he is a guy who posted a Snapchat message to his friend group only that had a picture of his AR-15 rifle, said going up, gonna bring this bad boy up north to watch the snowflakes melt. And by snowflakes, I mean snow. That was the entirety of his Snapchat. It was seen by someone who was not a recipient of the snap looking at someone else's phone. They then reported that to a police officer as a particular threat of violence against them and the school, the college in which they attended. When he went to college with his AR, he put it in the armory, which was fully allowed, fully within the rules of the college. And they arrested him at the time he checked it in. That trial.
What is the charge?
Terroristic threats.
And they said this met a true threat standard under the First Amendment?
It has gone, the district court judge there in Michigan refused to dismiss this. Even the Michigan law specifically says if there is basically a cognizable First Amendment reason for the statement, you cannot even charge. And the judge refused to dismiss it, and the Michigan Court of Appeals refused to dismiss it, and the Michigan State Supreme Court refused to hear the appeal to the State Supreme Court, that's kind of to be expected. But this is so crazy. Prosecutorial misconduct all over this one. At his hearing to remove his ankle bracelet, I believe it was, the prosecutor played video of the Christchurch shooting to the judge. Unfortunately, the lawyer he had at the time was not up to snuff and did not object to the playing of that. And then the judge refused to remove his ankle bracelet. This kid has not been able to use the internet, has not been able to use a cell phone, has not been able to leave his house for 2 years now. Or over 2 years. It's crazy to think about.
It's a misuse of bail there. Another misuse of bail, like they did to Kelly in Michigan. Being arrested is not a right to strip someone of their First Amendment rights.
Yes. And this is crazy because, again, the specific law in Michigan says that you basically, if you have any First Amendment reason to make a statement at all, they can't charge this.
Compare this to the guy who went to the Vietnam rally, anti-Viet War rally, who said he had his sniper gun ready and Lyndon Baines Johnson was in the sights. And the U.S. Supreme Court said that is not a true threat. That's an exception to the First Amendment. This is nowhere near that.
Not even close. But every hearing that comes up for him, there has been some random school shooting. His most recent hearing, Ethan Crumbley, happened right before it. or I think that was the state appellate court decision was like Ethan Crumbly happened right before it. They got a bad pull, 2 liberal justices. There was not much that they could do. So this thing is going to trial. It's expected to be a 4-day trial, and 5 minutes of deliberation, we're hoping. But I will be covering that if it is televised. There are people working right now in Michigan to get that thing televised. That's the next trial I'm covering. It's on July 11th. So make sure you check
luck,
that
Ethan.
out. Not Ethan.
Definitely.
Lucas.
Well, Lucas,
That's
sorry,
a
Lucas,
terrifying case.
Yeah,
Ethan
good luck,
is
First
Lucas.
in
Amendment
hell.
and Second Amendment purposes.
It really is. There's no, and to be clear, there's no pictures of people. No one is particularly referenced. It doesn't say send this to everyone to let them know. It's just, honestly, it's a private Facebook post, friends only, effectively. Just
And
on
really, the
Snapchat.
logical inference is that they would melt if they saw a gun, not that he's going to do harm.
Right.
And the woman in question, who was the supposed victim, herself has several pictures of her holding guns near or on campus.
She
This
has
wasn't even sent to her. How is it? This is ridiculous at multiple levels.
It's
Yeah.
awful. And she has a Snapchat picture of her holding a rifle like in the parking lot of the campus and says get strapped or get clapped.
Oh,
So
I
that's
would say
that
that
is-
is way more of a threat, but you know.
wow.
Right. Yeah, because it literally says you better have a gun or you will get shot, or the implication being I would shoot you. Now, I don't think that that's a threat either, but it's certainly more of a threat than what he posted.
I mean, when the Klan rallies and says, let's go kill a bunch of black people in Brandenburg, the Supreme Court said that wasn't in definition of imminent incitement. It has to be, this is not the they're loosening the true threat exception so that they can gut First Amendment rights of politically disfavored
Which,
individuals.
unfortunately, it's on par for the Michigan judiciary.
Right. And,
Yeah, I don't
and
practice
so
a lot in Michigan, so I don't mind insulting them.
This
Well,
is a-
unfortunately, I do, but I don't mind insulting them because I don't have to cross the border usually.
But this is a critical First Amendment and Second Amendment case. I mean, the idea that a Snapchat picture of a gun is sufficient threat that should bother everybody.
Well, especially he went
Um,
and checked it in. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and those armories, those university armories, it's not like you can just go back and say, "Hey, I'm taking the gun out. Just hand it to me." They have
No.
sign in, sign out, all this stuff there.
Yep.
You probably
It's,
have to call ahead.
It depends on the university.
Yeah,
Alabama was always pretty good about that, but Michigan, I could see them saying call ahead.
Ghost Meteor says, hey, Nick, huge fan. Wife and I are process servers out of Houston with affiliates nationwide offering low base prices for cooperative recipients. Would love some help putting the word out about Bayou City legal couriers. Well, there you go. If you need some process served, Bayou City legal couriers is out there. So check them out. Yeah, if any process servers, by the way, ever want to advertise on the show, hit me up. We can talk. I want Westlaw to sponsor my damn show and just, they don't have to pay me anything. Just please pay for my subscription. Holy shit. 4 Alpha Zulu says, question for the panel. Do you think this case could pave the way for some type of national reciprocity on those of us permitted a la Article 4 full faith and credit clause? That's the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association or whatever it's called. I don't know. Do you guys think that this could get there? I don't think that this gets there.
I don't think there's anything in the decision that would even begin to address the question of full faith and credit and reciprocity.
No, it effectively just requires the same standards, that will be upheld as constitutional, but they didn't address the issue of reciprocity at all. Well, it wasn't a question in this case anyway.
Now that said, as hopefully
Down the
all
road.
50 states become, or either none at all, or shall issue, and the standards become more similar, that there just be more reciprocity agreements. For what it's worth, Indiana recognizes everyone's. The reverse is not true, but if you've got a carry license issued anywhere in the United States, you're good in Indiana, essentially.
I do think that reciprocity is, with the right mix of justices, an achievable goal. And maybe if they do standardize sort of a shall issue idea and remove discretion, then reciprocity there is a path to it. Because if all states have the same standard, we have universal background checks facilitated by national organizations. You run these background checks. It's the same background checks that everybody runs. It's the same. Now we've got a shall issue standard.
The big hang up, though, and it's not really addressed in this decision, is
Right.
that many states require an education requirement. And that's
Sure.
where you get into states that don't recognize other states' licenses because they don't have the education requirement. Until a case comes up before them that says that even an education requirement is too much of a burden. I don't think
Can you
they're gonna-
imagine?
I do wonder. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, could you imagine an education requirement it being imposed in the same way for an abortion? Like,
or for the First Amendment.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I wonder how much if it's ever been litigated in the interstate travel context, because like the reason why no state can prohibit voter registration more than 30 days in advance for the purposes of voting in the presidential election was based on the interstate travel rights clause. So the question is, I mean, at what point my right to travel between the states is impacted by the Second Amendment component that I'm being restricted in other states based on a kind of arbitrary provision and denial of reciprocity for at least some states having substantively identical laws.
And they should favorably cite Loving and Obergefell.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because like it's bothered me forever that we have reciprocity on, I think, every licensure that exists.
Well, except for attorneys.
Well, yeah, attorney licensure doesn't. Well, and professional licensure doesn't, right? Like state financial transaction.
Yeah.
Insurance might be national.
No, generally not.
It's
In
not?
fact,
Okay.
it's a disaster.
No, there's a whole issue with firearm. If it's insurance, if it's not insurance, and whether or not you can, it's
no,
not,
I meant like fire and casualty insurance and health insurance.
To my knowledge, none of
yeah,
that's
it
still
would fall
state
under the
by
same
state.
issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I
They
couldn't.
create all these issues.
I was a licensed life insurance producer, but it's been a minute, so I couldn't remember if it was national or not.
No, the issue is that these organizations, like the various, they're not offering insurance, but they are for firearm owners. The various issues they're facing in their own states are because there isn't that reciprocity interstate.
Gotcha. Okay, the next one. Law and Lumber again says to all the fucking idiots out there, replace pew pew with speech and read the opinion again. Very true. Again, replace guns with any other right. Keeping freedom from a quartered soldier in your house. That's the one I always love to go to because people are like, wait, why would the government ever be able to put a person, make them live in my house? That's ridiculous. It's like, that's how ridiculous all of them are to the founders who wrote all of them at the same time and said, these are all so catastrophically ridiculous that everyone will agree. No one should be able to be forced into your house by the government to monitor you at your suffering. No one should have their speech restricted. So no one should have their gun rights restricted. So, I mean, that's all of them.
The decision does a good job of making that point as well. Saying if we're talking about the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, we don't try to impose these additional restrictions. So similar should apply to the Second Amendment.
As Thomas said, or he was quoting Heller, right? The Second Amendment is not second class.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so Law and Lumber also, he finishes up and he says, Nick, about the will it, did it last to today? I doubt it. Great discussion. Love and respect you all. It's still up here. It's still up here. The bottle's kind of black, but so it's hard to see.
How many bottles of bourbon and whiskey do you have, or liquor do you have in there?
Right now I've got, well, the military special doesn't count because that's a meme and it's disgusting.
Do you have a marker to just mark that as the herd line on that bottle?
Yeah. The herd line is that where it hits the pubic bone? Is that what Jesus Christ. I've got Bardstown. I've got this today. Hooten Young. Someone sent to me 12 year. This is very good. That's what I'm drinking. I've got the Willet, 2 bottles of Kentucky Owl, Hochstetter's, Michter's. I don't know, like 9. And then I have, and then I have 4 more upstairs right now.
What's the best bottle you got?
Oh, these. I got 2 of these. Kentucky Owl last batch rye, 10 year, batch number 4. So having had this and also having had Van Winkle Family Reserve rye, this is better. Not I would buy it because it's a little cheaper. It is cheaper, but it's also, I would buy this at the same price as Van Winkle Family Reserve. I would choose this every day.
Did you drink some Pappies when you're on Tim Pool?
I drank
That
a
was-
copious
that is
amount of
smooth.
Pappies on. I drank quite a bit of it. He's like, have however much you want. I'm like, all right. Probably ran up a $700 tab. But yeah, no, I drink through bottles, so I don't keep a back bar very much. I just happen to have a lot right now because my local liquor store keeps getting good stuff. Loretta Silver member. No, wait, Outlaw 2. Does the panel think the decision today will have an effect on California handgun roster? List of approved handguns. LEO is exempt. If it isn't on the roster, you can't buy it from an FFL direct. I wasn't aware of this law.
Oh, yeah,
the California roster is horrible.
So if you're a gun manufacturer, Nick, and you make a pistol, you have to submit it to the California DOJ and they approve it if it meets all the requirements. So let's say you make your gun, but you have a stainless steel slide and you make the grip frame a different color. Those all require you to submit that back to the DOJ for testing, and you have to meet, and once those requirements on the roster. So those are the only things you can buy. And obviously they do this to make it prohibitive so companies don't send in guns to get tested. But yes, everything California does is a scam, and that is a big one. Somebody's going to have to take it to court, I think, ultimately. But yeah, I could see this working. You know, what is the historical purpose of a handgun roster? Yeah. And I don't think it'll work, but you're going to have to take it all the way up.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way that the state would really be able to defend from that is to say that they do this because some are unusual or more dangerous than others. Because, you know, the OD Green Glock, that's way more lethal than the one in FDE.
Yes.
Next, we've got Don Stout. Thank you for the donation. The Squid says, when Second Amendment gets as close to shall not be infringed as it can get, can we end the discriminatory nature of liquor laws? I hate not being able to buy some beer when I get off of work. Again, liquor laws are done. Liquor laws are done. It's an entirely different sort of legal issue, because all of the state liquor laws are done through exploitative funding from the Department of Transportation that makes up a huge percentage of the state budget, which somehow the Supreme Court decided was not coercive. And the state that sued over it, if I remember, was like Montana or something. And it was something like a fifth of the entire state budget was the federal Department of Transportation grant that they had to raise the drinking age. It might've been North Dakota. I think it was North Dakota. Yeah. They had to raise the North Dakota drinking age to 21 to be able to get effectively a fifth of their state budget from the federal government. And the Supreme Court ruled that was not a coercive expenditure by the government or a coercive threat. With that precedent on the books, it's going to be really, really hard to overturn that shit. And
no, don't kill that, Ash Barnes. Don't. That was good.
It was an ongoing debate in the chat. So
I know, but that was
I having a little
monstrous.
fun with it.
I saw that.
I have a tendency to let it drop on me by accident because I like long ashes, but then it'll be like boom, and I was like, well, it's probably right about to go boom. So
tell me more about the ashes you like, Robert. You like rounder ashes or like more narrow ashes? Yeah, I saw someone say that the ash on Robert Barnes' cigar is approaching like Caesar levels of hubris or something.
Last time, I think it went all the way down to the nub of the cigar.
That was a good one last time.
It was.
That's a good cigar. That's a tightly rolled cigar that'll hold that ash like that. What is that? What are you smoking?
Hoya de Monterey
from
special edition
Cuba?
Havana.
Okay, so he's got the real stuff. None of this Nicaraguan crap for Robert Barnes. Don Stout, explain to me how I have the right to bear arms in the state in which I live, but I don't have the right if I go to New York, California, Hawaii, etc. My driver's license is recognized in that state, but my Second Amendment rights are not. It's a minor point of clarification. You do still have a right to possess a gun in any of those places I believe in the comfort of your own home and private residence would be about the extent of that. That sounds like Heller to me. I know that some places will put some sort of restriction on it, but that's a different thing between a license to carry or a permit to carry. There is I don't think there should be. Personally, I don't think you should need a license to carry a gun. If you can own a gun, you should be able to own and carry it wherever the hell you want on Earth. If you can't own a gun because you have forfeited that right through some sort of felony, as you would forfeit any other particular right through a particular felony, that's a different thing. But to me, I don't think licensure should exist at all.
Agreed.
It should be, are you unable to buy the gun? Should be the only question. But I do want to point out there is a distinction between ownership and carrying through a permit process, and that's the problem. But I agree with the sentiment. Not a party loyalist, as I can carry as a white female who came from poor Tazewell, Virginia Indian mixed Irishman. Anyone can carry regardless of skin color. Like literally a white freckled female birthed from Indian matriarchs. Matriarchs. I love to see all armed and ready. Yeah, everyone should be able to carry at their own leisure. Period. And literally at their own leisure. No necessity, no reason given, because fuck you, that's why should always be the reason on why gun. James Ridge, I know you were done with the Depp trial, but when when does Amber Heard's appeal date expire? It's going to be soon, right? You think she tries? Has she filed a notice of appeal in that case? Do any of you know? I mean, it seems like she has because they filed a whole bunch of shit. Yeah. So the way this works is they file a notice of appeal, then they get to start. They have to get the record, which will cost a fortune and require lots of compilation. All of the evidence, all of the transcripts of every single hearing has to be put into a physical or a digitally physical form. And then that record has to be submitted. They're doing that. They're rounding out the record right now. And then they'll submit a brief in support of their appeal at some point. I don't know what the official timeline on that is, but it doesn't matter because no matter what the timeline is, they will get effectively infinite extensions on that timeline because the record is going to be massive, overly burdensome. You have 6 weeks of trial transcripts being added to the record. They're going to get months and months and months to finalize filing the appeal if they want.
What are the rules for posting bond pending appeal in Virginia?
Apparently, it's $500 as the baseline. However, there's an argument to be made. It's in the statute that you can request effectively a sufficient deterrent amount, but $500 is the law. Or if you effectively on opposing party motion, they can say she needs to put up more than $500 because she owes $8.35 million. I mean, that's what they need to do and get an appeal bond. But either way, even if she does it, she's going to get an appeal bond at what? 10%, 5%.
Well, I was curious. I mean, a lot of states, it depends on the jurisdiction, you have to post 1.5 times the judgment in like California and other cases to stay the collection of the judgment pending appeal. So that's why I was curious but the laws really do vary across the states.
Yeah. Virginia's explicit statutory requirement is $500 as the presumptive fair amount for deterrence on appeal, which is just insane. If you think about it, it's effectively nothing. However, there is the ability to request by the opposing party a more suitable number, but it goes to the essence of defamation claims and how big this award is. I want people to realize that from person to person, defamation claims adjudicated in court in front of a jury, it's one of the larger jury awards in U.S. history, person to person.
Oh, without question. Without question.
You do not see this except when there's typically a corporation involved in some way, something like that. You're really not getting into 10-figure or 8-figure and 9-figure awards without corporations being involved. So pretty crazy stuff. But I'll be covering that appeal stuff as it actually happens. When the appeal brief drops, we're going to have a laugh at it because it's going to be, I mean, you're talking about the Hay list of Marys.
Yeah.
It depends who writes it.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some unique legal issues in venue and a lot of things that were pre-trial fought. The trial itself will not be reversed. It will only be whether there's some pre-trial motion that should have been granted. That will be the better appellate argument. But I mean, that's probably 3 to 6 months away from an appellate brief, at least a year away from an appeals court decision, I would assume.
At least a year, maybe
yeah.
because of the way they're backed up and the volume of the case. I mean, well, of course, they're not going to review this thing de novo.
No, and they'll have the whole record, but they're not going to
Yeah.
read it in much detail. They don't like to overturn jury verdicts. I mean, part of her court of public opinion argument is trying to influence the Virginia Court of Appeals, to be frank.
Yeah, and that's we'll see how that goes. But
She'll send Taylor Lorenz to find him and dox him.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's going to be really tough. The jury verdict is, like you said, it's almost no way. There's the venue issue, which I think is sufficient because she chose to publish through the Washington Post, which is located there in Virginia. So that should hit the venue thing under basically. And I've done some pretty extensive venue research covering other cases. That should be more than sufficient, a sufficient intentional act. And there's plenty in the record from the discovery from the ACLU that they specifically were angling for the Washington Post or other publications. They got this one. They chose it. They chose to enter into Virginia as a forum. It was a willful act that was considered. It was discussed.
And constitutionally, due process has been interpreted very broadly in the defamation context. So it's Kentucky and my Covington kids case has unusual state laws. So that's why we're having to fight venue there, because they have laws that are above and beyond the long arm statute requirements that generally comport with just what due process constitutionally requires. So yeah, I don't see them reversing the decision. It would require a massive shift of court of public opinion in her favor that would lead the appeals court to find some technicality to overturn it. I don't see her winning on it.
Yeah, the other major issue that I've seen that they've hinted at in their interviews is there was apparently a motion in limine eliminating some sort of journals or notes from the medical records. However, there's all sorts of problems with that. So they apparently weren't able to get them in as a medical records exception to hearsay, which blows my mind. So it makes me question the validity of the notes. And there
must be some additional issue because this judge was pretty liberal at what she let in.
Yeah, and she was even liberal on the medical issues specifically. Like these are medical records.
There's a lot of judges who wouldn't have let a lot of this stuff in.
So that's one of the issues is should that have come in? I think there's lots of problems with it, but they also had an opportunity to allude to those notes through their expert witness who reviewed those notes, and they testified to the content of the notes, and the jury had flat out disregarded it. So we'll see what they do though. Jillian Seed for Barnes, Paul Clement, one of the most skilled lawyers of our era, just had to resign from his big law firm, Kirkland, after winning the biggest gun rights case in 15 years. Do conservatives have a future in big law?
Well,
No.
He didn't have to resign. His statement was that he was going to stick with his duties and his obligations to his clients when Kirkland decided that they weren't going to deal with gun cases anymore.
Right.
I mean, they're all bad. I mean, one of the great lawyers that was involved in the Trump election activities had to leave Foley and Lardner, which used to be a conservative Midwestern firm, Kirkland and Ellis corporate firm. They used to be represent big tobacco for forever, and now they have a moral conscience about guns. It's ludicrous, but big corporate law has been taken over by the woke crowd. And so there's not really a place if you're representing anybody outside of that. I've told people, don't waste your time. If you can avoid corporate law, avoid it, because it's politically compromised to a level that is not going to help you long term.
Big law is a mess. It's a disaster, and you are at the whim of people who disagree with you. If you're conservative, I mean that's just
who believe in weaponizing everything or weaponizing everything against you.
AD Blackstone observed individual citizens were entitled to exercise their natural right of resistance and self-preservation when the sanctions of society and laws are found insufficient to restrain the violence of oppression. Well, remember that only works if you win. Ask Texas. Texas had a pretty well established right to secede from the Union of the United States until they lost in the Civil War, and then Texas v. White, the Supreme Court was like, of course they never had a right to secede. That'd be ridiculous. So no, Congress can't negotiate that in a treaty and and have that enforceable. That's crazy. You have to have effectively a constitutional amendment to leave the country. That's how it's always been. So yeah, remember that anything like that where you have a right to resist things is always, your right is presumptively invalid until you win. And that goes doubly. I know people cite, there's an old case, Big Tom something or whatever. He was a Native American guy, and he actually resisted arrest and fatally shot the arresting officer. And people are like, oh, see, there's Supreme Court precedent that says you can use lethal force against an officer doing an illegal arrest. And I would highly caution against that because you will lose 99.99% of those cases. That guy won for a specific set of circumstances.
You also have to survive that encounter.
That's true. That's true. Matthew Self, abortions are resetting the Pokemon game to catch a shiny. Abortions and resetting the Pokemon game to catch a shiny are close to the same thing. Oh, not a shiny reset. Oh, not a shiny reset. Years later, hey, a shiny, battery dies. Damn. Systems curmudgeon. Hello, I would love to hear the take of modern lawyers on implementing the Athenian democratic practice of ostracism in the U.S. Republic. Thank you. That there was even a sigh on the panel makes me sad for humanity.
I mean, honestly, I'm always going to prefer tar and feathering, and not like the traditional you see in cartoons. Oh, a little bit of tar, not so bad, threw some feathers on. I mean, the traditional, here's a bucket of hot tar.
Boiling tar, yeah.
Yeah. It's meant to hurt and scar.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of stoning.
I'm not familiar with the Athenian ostracism doctrine, so I couldn't tell you. But I mean, the reality is, if it's what I think it is, if the democratic practice of ostracism, well, first of all, let me be very clear. Direct democracies are worse than communism. They're one of the most terrifying systems on the planet. When they work positively and everything's good, they're great. The moment anything goes wrong, they are the most tyrannical monstrosities that exist. I much prefer a Republican system to a Democrat system, or to a democratic system, because direct democracies allow you to vote in tyranny for your fellow man.
I mean, we do kind of have what the chatter is talking about, the super chat, in the ATF's Project Exile. I mean, that's the closest I would come. The whole idea that, oh, okay, we are literally sending you to a prison away from your community for a period of approximately 10 years. And somehow that's a good thing, that's an effective form of criminal justice. That's pretty close to what this guy's asking about.
Yeah. So
it has no effect. Tar and feather.
There you go. Tar and feather. There we go. Michelle B, 25. Abortion is a moral issue, and the job of the Constitution and judicial branch of government is not to legislate morality. Sort of.
I doubt that.
Here's the problem. We have to determine, and we have to actually determine when rights vest in a life. Like, and that is, it is in some ways a moral question, but courts and judicial systems have legislated and legislatures have legislated morality forever, because like every legislation is a moral issue. Why shouldn't you speed? For example, why is there a law against speeding? Well, you might run over a kid. Well, that's a moral decision. Like you might, because there's no objective reason to not go faster in your car other than you might hurt yourself, you might hurt someone else. Well, you've then legislated morality. So let's get past legislating morality. If legislating morality is wrong, then murder laws are wrong. It's immoral to kill someone. It's immoral to steal their stuff. It's immoral to infringe upon their right or property right. So let's get past that real quick. With abortion, the question is, when do rights vest? My argument is simple. We have, going all the way back to, I think, 1400s or earlier England, which is where our system is based, the vesting of rights in unborn children. Blackstone wrote about it very specifically. All legal scholarship. We have Supreme Court decisions that vest present property rights in unborn children when they are the heirs to an estate, not future property rights where when they're born, their rights vest. Present property rights, which means they're entitled to interest since they were not able to collect on the period that they were still in the womb. That's, I think, decisions as recently as the 1930s and 1940s at the Supreme Court level on this. We recognize the rights of the unborn, and we have for as long as our common law system has existed. The question is, do we continue to do that or not? That's a moral question. There's no way around it. To me, the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, which is the basis of the pursuit of happiness, says that we should protect that property interest for children from pre-birth. And we should determine where that is. Is it a week after conception? Is it implantation? I don't know, but it needs to be hammered out, and it needs to be hammered out in some sort of concise way. But Roe versus Wade, two quick points on this, was decided by a bunch of judges who had never seen an ultrasound because the technology was brand new at the time it was decided. They literally did not see a baby moving in real time in the way everybody can do at private businesses now. And two, is based on a medieval idea of the quickening, that a soul enters the body at the time the baby starts moving. Those two are the scientific bases for Roe versus Wade that are critical to remember. Our understanding of human gestation and our understanding of viability, if you want to go all the way to Casey, is so different now than it was at the time of either of those decisions that whatever we end up with, we needed a science-y refresh of Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey. It's been way too long coming, and I'm really interested to see what happens after that. But I'll give my pitch again, is just we've protected property rights of children pre-birth for a very long time. That's where I say it stays. Other people are free to disagree. I'm not here to change minds on it.
What the Supreme Court apparently is going to do is to say that it's not up to them to make those decisions, up to individual states to do so.
Right. Which I think ultimately is the right choice. We do still have a 10th Amendment that even though everybody likes to pretend we don't. And if we can use the 10th Amendment to do it, then, I would prefer to live in a state that completely abolishes abortion. That'd be my preference, but I'm not here to tell any other state what to do. Just mine.
Agreed.
So
I'm going to hop off. Thanks, everybody.
You,
See you, Barnes.
have a good one, Barnes. Guys, that's Robert Barnes. You can check him out at vivabarneslaw.locals.com. You can also see him all the time on Viva Fry's channel. They do shows together, but that local stuff is where you can get some intimate talks with Barnes, and he might show you his butt, but I don't know. That's unconfirmed. Systems curmudgeon. Hello. I would love to hear the take of the wait, read that one. Shit. Mahalo Man. Hey, Nick, trying to grift for my daughter's cheer team's GoFundMe. 20 girls from the Lookout Legends cheer team need help making it to Arizona, from Arizona to South Carolina to compete in Nationals July 18th. Check your Twitter DM for the GoFundMe link. Can I show this on screen? Are they college age?
The Amber Heard team will come after you. They'll be like, see, we knew it.
Yeah, I don't think I could support that, not because of the Amber Heard team, but because I have a wife. What are you doing? Giving money to a bunch of cheerleaders is fine. Where are we? Mahalo Man. Here we go. Let me see if I can find this. Okay.
Chris Hansen, what are you doing here?
This is just a photo. Here's the link. I'm not going to bring it up on chat because it has a bunch of teenage girls in it. And look, it shouldn't be that way, but it is that way. If people want to go check it out and donate to support the cheer team, go do that. They're trying to get to nationals. It's right there. I can't endorse any GoFundMes unless I know the people involved and know what it's about, but you can check that out. If you think it's a good cause that you like to support, go ahead. If not, don't. That's up to you guys. I have shared it, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to personally send a bunch of money to high school girls. That ends up being weird. Next. Shit. Where are we? Where'd it go? Fuck. And we are going to do unbreaded in a little bit, guys. I don't know if my guests are going to stay for unbreaded. They're welcome to, but I don't ever want to force that upon anybody, even though I think it's the funniest thing on the planet.
I mean, I got no problem with that kind of stuff. I've been wearing this the entire time. I don't know if it's going to show up.
Unbreaded is a spiritual experience.
It is, and you have to really get into it. The Shadow Knight says, so when discussing Second Amendment with a liberal family member, they brought up the founders couldn't have predicted all these new guns argument. I brought up that by that logic, CNN isn't the press under the First Amendment since they don't print papers. Yes.
Oh, they would have. They've thought of it. They're like, I wish I had something I could mow down that entire group of British troops over there with.
Oh yeah.
And if you were to throw one of those
gun to a founding father,
you give Washington an AK-47, he's going to ask you, where can I get 5,000 of these right now?
There were semi-automatic designs in production or in design around that time that the only reason they didn't purchase them for the army was the expense.
Yes.
They absolutely would have jumped at anything available today and said, fuck yes, give me 100,000 of these.
Yeah.
I mean, that said, though, they were just desperate for any weapons you could give them.
Yeah.
Remembering that the cannons used to fight off the English were borrowed from private estates. The warships used were borrowed from private companies who were protecting themselves from pirates. Like these, every weapon of war was privately owned at the time that the Second Amendment was passed, and it covered all of them. And I know Biden has come out and said there are restrictions on private ownership at the time of the signing of the Second Amendment. Show me one.
There actually were. And the restrictions specifically were for Native Americans and slaves.
Yes. Other than that, your only real restriction was your wallet.
Those were the restrictions he's talking about.
Well, let's just go back to that. No Native Americans and no slaves. Perfect.
At its core, gun rights are minority rights. And Biden has made it clear where he stands on that.
And all gun laws are racist.
But I want to point, so let me nuance my point a little bit. Thank you, slaves and engines, man. The nuanced point is that there were no category of firearm restrictions on the Second Amendment. There was no, well, you can own this, but not that. You can have this thing, but not that. If you could dream it from a knife all the way up to a warship, you could have it, which means that today that would apply from a knife to a nuclear weapon. And if you disagree with that, first of all, cuck. Second of all, fine, disagree with it. Amend the Second Amendment.
And
make
that's
it
what
28.
It comes down to, is that that is the proper resolution for all of these gun laws is if you've seriously got a problem, Constitutional Convention.
There you
they're
go.
Not willing to do it because they know what's going to happen.
They know. Every one of those guys goes, but I could own a nuke though. I could though.
Unfortunately, to privately own a nuke, you have to go through NFA branch on Form 1 and or they're never going to approve it.
Yes.
Only under Miller. But if we're doing Constitutional Convention, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we've got the Constitutional Convention, you have my axe.
The 29th Amendment. The 29th Amendment to get rid of maps.
No background checks on nukes.
No, that's exactly what would happen. Is you'd say, well, we need to amend the Second Amendment, and someone would propose the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st, and they'd be all special interests. But yeah, one would be get rid of maps. Go straight to GPS, so to speak.
And how would we argue? How would you argue against it? No, they should stay. No,
you can't really. I mean, you can make the arguments, but that's the thing about the Constitutional Convention. If it's properly voted on as an amendment, the Supreme Court can't come back and say that that's unconstitutional because that's literally the Constitution being amended.
Yep,
that's
they would have to abide by it. Yeah, the Constitutional Convention is the scariest proposition on earth for everyone, not just for like Congress, but for everybody, because really they could come in and say no guns, no liquor, no religion. You know, they could come out, you could get some crazy shit is possible. You'd have to look at what you'd have to read the room. That's when the read the room doctrine
Read the
comes in.
room. Yeah.
Nathan Levy, serious question. Oh, I know it's serious if it's got it in all caps. The decision repeatedly specifically notes that the dangerous and unreasonable weapons ban in relevant history did not include martial pistols and martial weapons. Thoughts on how this can be used? Well, I mean, this is just consistent with Heller.
Yeah.
As stated before. One of the failings of Heller was that Scalia wrote a very articulate and well-worded reasons as to why handguns should be protected by the Second Amendment unequivocally, like that handguns are the main thing. And he also wrote a similarly uneloquent and retarded idea that AR-15s are not. Like, while saying AR-15s are the most modern or are the most popular selling rifle on the planet, and that Americans seem to love them, he still seems to carve out this idea that they are not common use weapons in the same way that a handgun is, and are not protected similarly, and infers that there could potentially be some restrictions on those types of things.
And then, of course, that from Thomas today.
Yeah, and so with that, you're basically like Thomas clearly highly respected Scalia. And I think I haven't read the opinion. Like I said, I have not had time, and I'm glad you guys are here with me for it. But hearing Thomas talk, and also just seeing, like, there's such a difference in Thomas before Scalia, like BS and then AS, like BC and AD or whatever. Thomas didn't used to talk or ask questions. And I have determined independently that that's because that Thomas was just letting Scalia ask all the questions he would have asked anyway. And that's why he didn't talk so much. So, but yeah, now that Scalia is gone, he's the one making that stuff. But it doesn't surprise me at all that he wrote an opinion consistent with Scalia's and Heller. Derper, the DOJ released a statement disagreeing with the Second Amendment SCOTUS ruling. Is that normal? Half normal? I mean, it's just political.
The government's never going to say, yes, congratulations on you being able to assert more of your rights, peasants.
You know what the best news is about this? It's easier for all of the New York criminal prosecutors to go out and buy a gun and eat the bullet. Oh, uh-oh. What is this?
That's just, I've been posting that everywhere today.
Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah, here you go, guys. If you need a meme for today, you got it. You got it. Pube on a it should have a text bubble that says pube on a Pepsi can, huh, bitch?
Well, there's another one with the I've been waiting 30 years for this, Joe.
Yeah.
It's just same thing. It is Thomas's day.
All right, here we go. Greg UW, does this decision mean Canadians can now bring their arms to the U.S. and open carry? No. I have a bear spear I've been meaning to try on horseback. Loving Barnes and Ricada. Rip to you guys. I mean, a bear spear, you got to check with independent states. Spears might be outlawed in some of them. As legitimately weird as that sound, it might also depend on the blade length on the spear itself. In some states, having, like a Roman pilum is a narrow sort of punctury thing, but it was long, and that might be violative of state law. You got to check. Olaf, son of Rasmus, eating Skittles is kind of like putting socialists and pedos against the wall. It doesn't matter how long you do it, you still won't get a bad taste in your mouth. Cigar Texan Robert, looks like you're smoking a Tabado Custom Salomones. John Stern, the NRA needs to exist if only to be a meat shield for the rest of the Second Amendment groups. Maybe that's an argument for them. I don't know. Wayne LaPierre can get the bad end of a haft. William Barnes, my right to own a gun doesn't come from the Constitution or from the Supreme Court. The right is innate. They don't get any say in the matter. My gun's a 6-shooter. If you want, send 7 men. There you go. Sort of. I mean, the Constitution recognized that right, but the Constitution could stop recognizing that right if we had a convention. Pinochet's helicopter tours. This is Article 3, Section 3 prohibits Congress from declaring a person/family name as having corrupted blood. Says nothing about the public discriminating against, for example, Cheney's, Cornyn's, and their families for eternity. That's true. That's true. No corruption of blood. Jim Satala, I'm hoping for you to discuss the impact of the repeated mentioning of the surety laws that existed for dangerous people being used as an attack on the permanent prohibition of felons. Seems to me that restriction falls now. Any comment on that?
I mean, Thomas's references to them were more about not finding them a credible guideline for saying that these restrictions are valid. And I think the closest you'd come today would be the whole idea that gun owners must have insurance.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where that ends up.
That should not happen. Timothy Reaper, does this Supreme Court decision mean I can buy a killdozer? Please say yes. You can buy a killdozer.
You can buy a killdozer anyway. It's not a firearm.
Yep. There you go. Systems curmudgeon. And in fact, cannons, non-rifled cannons are not firearms too, if I remember correctly.
There's a whole exemption for firearms before 1898 and black powder, but cannons fall heavily under the black powder generally.
Systems. What if you made a petrol-driven cannon?
Depending on how it's detonated and how it's propelled, it may or may not be a firearm.
Yeah.
It might also be a destructive device.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw a thing a long time ago where they showed the difference between using black powder and as your accelerant or whatever, and using petroleum byproducts. And I mean, like the amount of, I guess thrust per volume is massive. You could massively increase it. So I want to, we'll see. I'll just pour kerosene in a cannon and light it on fire. We'll see what happens. Systems curmudgeon.
Can light on fire. I mean, you're looking at Molotov cocktail. That's a destructive device.
Yeah.
That requires a tax stamp.
Could be like those dumbass attorneys in New York City.
Wait, I need a tax stamp to throw a rag in a whiskey bottle, light it on fire, and throw it
You
at
need
someone?
it to make it the combination. You can throw it and then report to the ATF that you used your registered item, and they can take it off the list now.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
And you don't have a special variance, just mark it down and paint. You have to engrave it.
Yeah.
Ray K. You Americans fight for your gun rights. In Canada, we are fighting for our horn rights. Honk, honk. Dude, I would never. Canada's a shithole. Systems curmudgeon. The Mexican cartels defeated the Mexican army humbly enough that they released El Chapo's son. Criminals don't obey laws, and they outnumber and outarm law enforcement officers. Robert Stratton, to ban guns because criminals use them is to tell the law-abiding that their rights and liberties depend not on their own conduct, but the conduct of the guilty and the lawless, quoting Lysander Spooner. RN rules. Nick, why do you not have a PayPal account? I do have a PayPal account. You can send me all kinds of PayPal money. I don't list it. I used to have it a Streamlabs thing, but it became a pain in the ass after they banned me to use it. So I have one. 2, Sean, please join Locals. I don't get notifications for your show. 3, why is Benjamin streaming from a survival bunker?
This is actually my office, but yes, that is a stack of ammo crates filled with various firearm parts.
There you go.
And this is my ammo can filled with can openers because I'm a jackass with a bad sense of humor.
Guns Beer Freedom says, who do I subscribe to?
P38s.
It's a couple thousand in there.
Oof.
Oh my God. Who do I subscribe to if I'm already on every watch list? Also, daily reminder that General George Washington was right and we should have burned London in the 1950s. Wait, what? 1950s? Vincent Teague, the best thing for the Second Amendment is the invention of the 3D printer. Also learn some basic machining and Home Depot is heaven. Kyle Johnson, VA, you mentioned permit to carry in Minnesota is shall issue, but you described the metro area as though it is may issue. No, not the Minnesota metro areas, but metro areas in may issue states are different from outstate in those states. Sorry for the distinction, but this is incorrect in my experience. I got my permit in February 2020 with 0 delay or hurdles. No, Minnesota is entirely shall issue. I'm sorry for the mistake or my inarticulate distinction, but I was saying in a may issue state, the metro is going to be different than outstate typically.
Yeah. Think of like California, Northern California, and the outlying counties. It's actually easy to get a permit. But yeah, if you go to LA County, you better have a checkbook and some pull.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
same with New York. I mean, frankly, upstate New
Yeah,
York.
upstate versus New York City is dramatically different.
Right. Pope Rackets touched me. Says best dissent ever written was Ninth Circuit judge who wrote it for his own opinion, knowing the rest of the panel would find any way to reverse it. Definitely a must read. What percentage of returds claiming racism, not knowing Thomas is black? Enough of a percentage. Matthew Vicari, shout out to my fellow Louisianans. We need to get rid of Bill Cassidy. Never forget, never forgive. That's true. Peter Magnuson, catching up. Nick, abortion was not illegal at the founding under common law. That didn't start happening until the 1840s. If you're interested, I can send sources. That's interesting because the review in the draft decision would suggest that in most states, abortion was actually illegal at the time of when was it? Well, Roe versus Wade, it was. But yeah, I think there was some illegality there as well. But, maybe send me some sources. I'll look at them.
I think the correct date would be 1868 when the 14th Amendment was applied.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question there. Peter Magnuson, generic guy. Hey, Nick, who do you think will win, China or the Cuccaformians after the Civil War with no guns if no nukes were used by both powers?
China.
Wait. Yeah, China would win, hands down. The end is near. Beware. How long till they ever give us at least some countrywide reciprocity with with carry permits, kind of like driver's licenses? Longer. I think there's paths to it, but you've got a big uphill battle. And so I talked earlier because someone asked, does this apply to that in some way? Does this allow this to happen? And the hard reality is by making it a state issue, you kind of undermine the ability to have that reciprocity. Like that's the undermining aspect of this is they're allowing, or wait, no.
It makes sense the way you're phrasing it.
Okay.
Because like driver's licenses, they enter compacts between the states. They enter agreements. It's not forced upon the states. They agree to recognize
if you want
each
national
other.
reciprocity, the solution is voting in local elections. You've got to get your state legislatures to recognize the licenses from these other states, either by statute or by interstate compact.
Yeah. Hashtag activists. What needs to happen in places like Maryland or other states with May issue to rid us of this? Is it the law of the land? Does each individual law in each state need a challenge? Yes. Each state law will need a challenge based on this. The good news is it's based on a Supreme Court precedent or Supreme Court ruling that is recent that seems pretty clear that shall issue is the way.
And I believe there is a current challenge in every state because FPC planned for this.
From Eggman, I don't suppose you could pull up the statistics of lives saved by guns or something to that effect. Yes, I wanted to talk about this earlier. Terrible at finding it thanks to Google's obfuscation. Also, Sic Semper Tyrannis. All you have to do is Google this. Obama's gun task force report. Because that, if I'm not mistaken, if that 2.4 million self-defense shootings per year is cited in the Supreme Court decision, that comes directly from Obama's Commission on Gun Violence that determined that there were far more self-defense shootings than criminal acts of guns each year. And the number, if I remember right, was estimated to be around 2.4 million self-defense uses of firearms annually. So that comes from Obama. And that's why it was used by, I think, Alito or whatever. It would be because it's always good to use your opposition's statistics. But that's where you do it. So it was the Obama gun violence task force report. They really, I think it came out in 2012. John Lott just laughed all day long when it came out. Like he just kept laughing. I think he's still laughing about it because it said self-defense was violent.
Yeah. And if you're looking for it in the decision, that's page 74 in Alito's where he discusses Obama's data and the 2.5 million number.
Okay, next, the Law Patrol says, what the fuck? We got a link to the language. I have a tough time access U.S. resources. the language of the bill. I mean, I can post the bill. It's a pain in the dick to read any bill. But here you go. I've posted that in the chat. If you want the text of the bill, not the Supreme Court decision, that's the bill. I don't have the Supreme Court decision pulled up, but I could share that too. I'm just not sure what you're looking for.
Here, I'll post the link so that you can repost it.
Thanks. Bass player 2011 IFY says, I'm curious, last year in Caniglia versus Storm, SCOTUS made a 9-0 opinion ruling that red flag laws were unconstitutional. Will this affect the most recent Senate bill? I think we talked about this, right? I don't think there was there certainly was not a 9-0 decision that red flag laws are unconstitutional.
Yeah,
That
I don't
didn't
recall that.
No, that didn't happen.
I think Barnes saw that super chat and responded to it. So, and I'm you know.
I remember what Caniglia was about, where they entered his house. The police entered his house and took his guns. That was a separate issue. That wasn't a red flag. It was like an unattended house.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so that's the one where the guy, if I remember right, like he got arrested, and then they came back. The question was whether or not his wife could consent to a search following his arrest, and not incident to the arrest, but following the arrest, like 2 days later or something. And that's when they came in and raided the guns. It was a weird case, and you're looking at this like, this is a strange criminal procedure that happened here.
Yeah, they had him and they said, you need to go get checked out. And he said, fine, as long as you don't take my guns. And the cop said, okay.
Right.
And as soon as he went to the nut hut, they came and took his guns.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he wasn't being involuntarily committed. He was voluntarily committed with a stipulation agreement, and the government didn't honor the agreement. So yeah, that's different. That is different from the red flag laws in general.
And that's
red flag laws, they don't ask
it was
you.
Voluntary.
Right. Yeah. Red flag laws, they don't ask. They just come take them. Okay. Joe Sullivan, can we write a law limiting the state's ability to prosecute an individual by only allowing them the same financial means as a defendant? Imagine the state only being able to bring to bear what you can bring to bear. They have that in the Sixth Amendment. It doesn't play out that way, but the idea is that, yeah, they can provide you competent counsel, and then they use competent counsel.
That would be awesome.
It'd be hilarious, but there's no way they'll do it. But what should be funny is if they took every prosecutorial budget and split it automatically between, okay, this is going to be a $1 million case. All right, we're going to give the defense team $1 million to hire an attorney to run their case. Like that'd be interesting. Proportional public funding of these things. Mike Doherty, that was in the brief for law enforcement groups et al. Viva my org. MSRPA was a member of that brief. Oh, okay, there you go. And I think he says MSRPA, Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. That's that. Maximus Potentialis. Hey Nick, if it's okay, I'd like to share the GoFundMe for my grandma's funeral. She suffered from a GI gastrointestinal bleed on Monday and passed later that same day. Sorry to hear that, brother. She was my rock, and she will be missed dearly. You can share. You don't have I cannot turn on individuals' ability to share links without making them mods, and I don't make people into gays, so I'm not modding any of you. But if you send it to a mod, they can share it, or you can just say GoFundMe space and then / and the letters or whatever. That's how a lot of people do it. I have no problem with you sharing stuff, but I can't give you permission to share links. It doesn't work that way. Mike Kupari on red flag laws. Imagine if a terrorist was thought to be building a bomb. The cops then raid his home, take his bomb making materials, but don't arrest him. If someone is a danger, get a warrant. Baker Act. Red flag laws are legalized swatting. There you go.
And I'm going to, since he commented and you read his comment, go buy his books. He's a pretty damn good writer.
Oh, Mike Kupari is the...
Yeah, he co-wrote some books with Larry Correa.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Jay Stewart. Nick, isn't asset forfeiture another form of preemptive taking? Sort of. Taking a property, monies on the unproven allegations of criminal activity? Kind of, yes.
Pretty much.
Kind of, yes. They are taken with some sort of can't remember what the specific level is called, but an idea of some sort that they were involved in criminal activity. And it's extremely broad. It's also wildly unpopular, whereas red flag laws are not unpopular enough. And but it's based on the similar stuff, and it should be unconstitutional as well. But remember, you can always sue your $65,000 that the government took from you. You can bring a lawsuit against your own money. That's fun. The worst part of civil asset forfeiture is when you forfeit cash. I mean, you're never getting that back. Just doesn't care. Oh, we confiscated $200 from this guy. I had $9,000. Says who? You got a picture of it? Can you prove it? Because we can prove based on our logs that we confiscated 200. Yeah, I fucking hate it. The Law Patrol says, love the letter openers. Mike Doherty, MSRPA, Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. Gundam Touched Rape at Ralph says, I just got my 1911 hydro dipped with a hentai pattern. Jessica says, Nick,
Make the boomers cry.
I've spent 2 years actively trying to red pill my two sisters. Your Johnny Depp trial stream finally woke them up. Thank you. Good luck. You still got a long journey to go. Navy vet for the heart for the broken. My ex-husband has been convicted of double homicide, serving two 20 to life sentences, coming up for parole next April. If he finds me, am I not allowed to protect myself? Am I still considered not a civilian? That's crazy. No, you should of course be able to protect yourself.
Yeah.
But hopefully he'll stay in prison.
And if you're the victim, or you should have notification rights as well about what happens with this case.
You should have, yes.
Yes, yes. A lot of things that should happen.
What about this?
I hope you die in prison as well.
Oh, shit. Let's see. Leo, can you explain what the recent Supreme Court ruling in Egbert versus Boole means? Headlines say it allows federal agents to search without a warrant anywhere within 100 miles of a U.S. border. Why does the Fourth Amendment not apply? Okay, no, I can't explain what it says in there. However, that decision is relatively consistent with existing sort of law and understanding of ports of entry and how far they go. 100 miles is pretty fucking far. I would think 20 miles was more along the lines of what was reasonable. But the basic idea is this. The government, so the Fourth Amendment says that you are protected from unreasonable searches and seizures, and then provides a warrant requirement that makes a non-warranted seizure presumptively unreasonable. Overcoming that presumption can be done in various ways. And one of the ways the Supreme Court has routinely overcome that presumption is to cite ports of entry as particular places in which government power is at its zenith, at its maximum. And so the government has a right to protect its borders. And so therefore they have a heightened right to inspect and search near a port of entry. So border crossings are ports of entry. That would be my statement about why that is probably the case. I think 100 miles is really far. Personally, I don't know, but it's why DUI checkpoints near border crossings are actually kind of allowed, which is crazy to me as well. So I hope that helps. The Fourth Amendment does apply, though. They're just saying that the presumption of unreasonableness of not having a warrant is overcome by the proximity to a port of entry. That's what the Supreme Court's effectively saying.
Well, and the other thing about Egbert, it wasn't necessarily just the 100 miles, but the guy was attacked and beaten illegally by a Border Patrol agent. The guy had okay. This Border Patrol agent had also gotten the IRS to audit this guy and retaliate against him, and he's left with no action able to sue him. Basically, the Supreme Court said, you can only initiate a Bivens action if your last name is Bivens.
That's a whole different issue too.
Yes. Yeah, so basically a Fed can do whatever he wants to you, and that's it.
To be fair, most state authorities can do whatever they want to too.
Sure, but people thought Bivens might actually work, and now we're finding out the Supreme Court said, "Oh, sorry, it only works if your name is Bivens."
And that's why you want to duct tape your asshole. Like you want to do that.
Although this guy who ended up being abused by the feds, he had been screwing around and doing a lot of stuff involving people coming across the border. He
was smuggling people in illegally.
Yeah,
like
he had
known
smuggled people
smuggling.
in, and then he'd smuggle them in and then turn them over to the feds. He did a bunch of sketchy stuff, so he's not the most sympathetic guy in the world anyway.
Yeah. The Squid says the license is what you get when the government steals your rights and then sells them back to you. Yeah.
No lies.
Effectively. CBDX.com. A reminder that we love you. We do, but also that Nose at checkout is 20% off. That's at CBDX.com. We wake up overnight crying that YouTube won't let us sponsor. So do I, by the way. I hate that. But CBDX.com, guys, check them out. Check out their products. If you like legal CBD and THC products, you can check them out on your own volition. I am disallowed. I asked specifically, I'm disallowed from personally endorsing them. But if that's your bag, check them out. Use promo code NOSE for 20% off. Meth Bear. I learned in law school that the feds traditionally regulated health, safety, and welfare. The states would regulate those 3 plus morals. The states were better moral regulators because morality changes between communities. Yeah, pretty close. AD, Nick, how do you feel about Minnesota's teacher licensing board trying to require teachers to affirm a racial consciousness to be a teacher? Is this an unconstitutional First Amendment litmus test? Maybe. It should be. Whether it will be held that way is a different question. Also, I think the Minnesota Teachers Licensing Board should get fucked for several reasons. That being only the most recent, but they suck in general. My buddy with a master's degree had to fight uphill the entire time to get licensed. And then, he ultimately had to complete a lower level program to get licensed to teach. Even though he'd been teaching in private schools and stuff like that, it still was a fucking fight. And it's insane. But you get some like 25-year-old who graduates with a C- average in education, they get a license. It's crazy. Poorly redacted. I see no reason why every American shouldn't bear a 12-gauge double-barrel sawed-off shotgun on their persons at all time, in all places. NFA, GCA, and Hughes Amendment can get bent violently. Greg UW, criminals outnumber law enforcement is a truism. They're all criminals and the source of the majority of crimes. Accidental protagonist. Good morning, son. I have to say that watching you every day is probably going to get me banned from my family, but you make so much sense. On another subject, I voted for Ross Perot just to piss people off. There you go. Can't finish. Constantine the Late. Is the Roe decision coming down tomorrow? Possibly. That's the rumor. I'm meeting with my priest in the morning and need to know if I need to offer volunteer security service. Rene Villarreal. Towns in Mexico illegally bought guns to get rid of the cartel and corrupt military officials plaguing their town. Glad for the court win on the Second Amendment. And Papa Giorgio, check out this chilling footage of a wild invoice of lawyers on night dash cam. If you have time, Nick, 8 most disturbing things caught on dash cam footage on YouTube at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Wait, what the fuck is this? Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. And then we're going to do unbreaded. And then I got to do the rest of the chats and we'll show. Okay, 8 most disturbing things kept caught on dash cam footage. 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
I was going to say, is it footage of me on Joe's stream Sunday night?
I was expecting it to be footage of the White Castle shooting in Indianapolis a few years ago between the various judges.
That is hilarious.
Holy fucking weird. This is good. Okay, I'm going to watch this. We'll pull this up. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then it gets really weird. So just a second. All right, here we go. Share the audio. Okay. Here, we need commentary on this, guys, because this is some weird shit. All right.
Or hurt them in some way or another.
All right, ignore that. Here we go.
This next footage takes place on a dark and isolated road. It starts out with nothing out of the ordinary when Just as the car rounds a bend, an out-of-place figure wearing a suit with a briefcase and an umbrella comes into frame. And directly after, another identical man can be seen. The men would retreat into the long grass, where suddenly it's clear there are multiple men looking identical to each other. And startled by the vehicle, as if they had been caught. When suddenly, further down the road, yet another figure can be seen, this one holding a flare. It's still unclear what happened next, or what the driver truly witnessed that night. Though many believe the driver...
That's an invoice of lawyers caught in the wild. That was, I gotta just, guys, that was us. It's okay. That's what that was. What the fuck
I mean,
was
that's
that?
pure Midwest Gothic. That's why you don't go into the fields at night.
Seriously, you don't. Like, why on earth would you? Have
Yeah.
you ever watched Children of the Corn? Don't. He who walks behind the rose. Okay, I think it's time. You guys are staying for Unbreaded, I hear.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, well,
If
I
you'll
guess,
have us.
I mean, I'll have you. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, what's up? It's time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our daily Unbreaded. We've got, hold on, just getting my random number generator pulled up. Let's see, here we go. Random number generator, here we go. What do we got? Oh, come on. 398. Oh, that's a good one. I don't know what's on it, but it's not a repeat page, which makes it automatically great. Okay, so okay, this is perfect.
How bad is it?
It's good. It's not bad at all. All right, to the chat, to anybody new here to the Daily Unbreaded, enjoy. I'll explain later. When she goes all the way down and holds it still for me to take over like she is not even asleep. When she holds it down her throat like she is waiting for me to take over. A wolf I am. Chloe Cherry had a perfect cutie face before surgery. Stop that stupid ajuego chick shit. It isn't cute. It's disgusting. Sizwet is beautiful, even though she's not my ideal. She's got amazing content, although it's a bit much for me usually. Lily Radar. Like I said, Emma Starletto had the face before surgery. Girls, stop getting plastic surgery unless you have pointy tits. Don't get plastic surgery. No butt implants or facial augmentation. Just exercise and eat healthy and find the right genre for you. Don't let anyone tell you you need work. If you package it correctly, using the right titles and stipulations, people will be attracted to you. Dialogue makes you hot, even if you are ugly. Context and niche genres can make your entire career, as long as you are catering to what gets a man angry, afraid, jealous, or lustful. A man jerks off to memories, desires, fantasies, and stuff that isn't anything to do with what a plastic surgeon does. Puts them out of business. Plastic surgeons are rapey assholes who don't deserve anything from women. Booty Ass has a huge following and she never shows face. Dolly Little. Tweetney understands something but doesn't fulfill her potential as of 2021. The high resolution shots of her riding a dildo are amazing because you can see the texture of her ass. Dolly Lay, something beautiful. I wish Miss Banana would do more solo shit with toys. Let her talent do all the work. No white dick. Brittany Kitten uses her natural cuteness. Hope it stays that way. I would love to masturbate to a virgin who only does solo work. Stop that stupid eye crossing. Chinks want you to do that. It's an attack. Most of their trends are. Pornhub is better than TikTok. Delete the mongoloids, faggots, and hentai. Siswet understands that as long as she stays fit, she is naturally beautiful enough. I wish girls like Lily Rader had the confidence to control their own channels. Direct yourself, princess. You oiled up in a bathtub with a cute scenario is better than letting those nasty fucks direct scenes and use you. You're much more compelling. You don't need their help. You are the attraction. You're the purpose. You're the point of all this. Stop giving the industry control and do it yourself. Move to Alaska. Go back to the Midwest. Just don't let LA be the center of anything anymore. Fuck LA, fuck Hollywood, fuck the Valley. Booty ass has a fatty that makes my dick drool. I feel it just by looking. Find someone with a good eye. It's not the body that makes the scene, it's the eye. However, the dude needs to cover himself. I should never hear a dude in a scene. No leg hair, no belly. Cover your chest with a shirt or wear one of those stretch fabric suits that cover your body entire and a condom. The less work I have to do to block the man out of the scene, the more I can feel excited by what I'm looking at. Kelly Devine is too Italian to be divinity. A girl that sucks dick as well as Gianna Michaels, despite her race, should be doing a private channel where she posts solo content. The key is to make it as deep as ASMR, where the context.
I'm bread!
I could take that into my weekend.
That's a simp page for you if I've ever seen one. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Amen. Touchdown on paper. That is our daily unbreaded. To those who may be new to this, that is Matthew Harris, PhD from Duke University, also UCLA philosophy professor, former UCLA philosophy professor, and taken from us too soon. I think I need another book. I need another one. Maybe his prison writings will be released at some
He'll
point.
have lots of time on his hands.
But well, hopefully he's got lots of pleasant thoughts of Dolly Little, because they'll need to sustain him through those long, long nights. Summer days drifting away or whatever. By the way, guys, if you like, I should have mentioned this way earlier. If you like the stream, click the like button. And if you like my guests, make sure you check them out. Benjamin Blatt on Twitter and potentially Criminal Sean there on YouTube. Check them out. You can find all sorts of content that is about guns, that is about criminal law, that is about funny stuff, that is about shit posting. All of that is there, and it's in droves. So make sure you check them out. Gentlemen, I'm about to enter into full-on super chat grift mode. But before I do, I wanted to know if there was anything in particular you wanted to say about the topic, and also say that you're free, of course, to go at any time as well if it is getting late. So either of those things, both of those things, or neither of them, it's up to you. I give you the floor.
Clarence Thomas, you the man, and fuck the ATF. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say. Other than Clarence Thomas, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I have a one, but if I had a one,
okay, well, there we go. Thank you for that. All right, like I said, now I'm going to read the rest of the super chats that are out there. Thank you to everybody who contributes to the show. I very much appreciate it. It helps me do these long streams, obviously.
Hey Nick, I didn't realize it's almost 3:30. I gotta head out.
I was saying it's fucking late. So thanks for coming on, brother, and we'll talk soon.
See you guys.
Peace. El Gonzo 1000 says, imagine a perfect universe where every Supreme Court justice is Clarence Thomas. It'd be nice. A Great US. Great US says, sponsored by Trump Train. Would tip 25 but won't matter on Odyssey for getting red. Also, yeah, there you go. This. So what the fuck is this? Made from all natural liberal snowflake tears. Okay, so here's the Trump Train. Here we go. There we go. So this is the Great Trump Train, made from all natural liberal snowflake tears. No fake news included. All aboard. All aboard. So you got 100 calories. Impeachment, 0%. Fake news, 200%. Patriotism, 100%. Spray tan, 30%. Gun rights, 80%. And liberal tears, 1,000%. Not a significant source of tolerance for the media. May contain random rants on Twitter not intended for people with large hands. Okay. And then here's the other thing they sent. What do you think of this one? You like that, Ben?
Yeah, that's you know, it's Thomas's day.
Yep.
He can do no
gets
wrong
it.
at this point.
He gets to have it. He gets to have it. SC Medic 71 over on Rumble says, Nick, NRA under 5 million per year lobbying for the last 10 years. Yeah, the NRA just pays themselves with people's money. I mean, that's what they've been doing. Slowpoke 159, your rant on requiring a warrant for a Fourth Amendment seizure totally ignores the wonderful world of civil asset forfeiture. It doesn't. Ignore it. It's just civil asset forfeiture is wrong. Like, I don't know how else to say it. It's incorrect. It's unconstitutional. It's a disaster, and it needs to be dismantled. Daft Lad, Nick, how dare you not immediately check out my channel and stuff? It's almost like you have your own life to lead and important stuff to do. P.S. The hashtag Tugs tits trend is why I love the internet. Dance biker. Yeah, that's the thing. Someone said they were shocked that it only took 15,000 tweets to get #1 trending on Twitter. Like, that's it. But that's everything. That's all of these things. That's why they were able to get the was it the Hugo Award or whatever with the sad puppies thing or whatever. New York Times bestseller list. I mean, you can influence the New York Times bestseller list by selling all of your books that you're going to sell in like the same week. If you do that, if you can coordinate that campaign, you'll get it. I know people who have gotten Billboard 100 #1s in their genre because everybody buys the song at the same time, even though it's like nothing. New York Times bestsellers. It's to get on the bestseller list. It's like 20,000 books. You've got a New York Times bestseller. That's it. Every YouTuber every YouTuber with a significant following could be a New York Times bestseller in a heartbeat. Everything is that low. All of these awards and shit that we've seen for the years, they're worthless. They're not a measure of anything. When things were more organic, they could be, but the media could always push it too. And so if you had Oprah push a book, it was going to be a bestseller just by numbers. Daft Lad, YouTube question. I'm blocked from super chatting. Very odd. Was briefly monetized years ago. They didn't like my tribal dance video. Now deleted. Am I now on their bad list? Any thoughts? Possibly. Hard to say. Blocked from super chatting. I don't know how they implement that, but it could be. Roy Rat, there was a puckle gun.
Although it's kind of exaggerated as to its importance. It wasn't very common.
Yeah. And the U.S. Navy had the Chambers gun, 224 rounds at a rate of 120 rounds per minute in a nonstop black powder chain fire. Must have been magnificently terrifying to watch. I would imagine so. You know what I like, though? I like the punt gun. I want one of those. You seen those? It's like a 12-foot boat-mounted shotgun.
Yeah, I want to see if I can bring up an image of one mounted.
God, they're so funny. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, the only one, the picture that immediately comes up is the classic of two people firing it, with it literally just resting on the one guy's shoulder, because that's how you have to fire the damn thing.
They had one on, it was like, not Storage Wars, but it was one of those things where they go buy the storage units. And they opened one up, and these are all staged, so it doesn't matter. But there was a replica punt gun inside of it. And they mounted it on a boat and did the test fire for the show. It was so fucking funny. They just set up a bunch of plates, like an array of plates, and fired, and it just like shattered all of them. Oh man, I want one so bad. Emors, even after a constitutional convention, states still have to ratify it with 38 or 3/4. Yeah. I mean, you have to still ratify a constitutional amendment, but if you have a constitutional convention and it passes that, the states may want to ratify it. I mean, they may be looking at that as, okay, the people's will is here. I need to be here too. Not saying they will do that, but that's the risk. Okay, next. Andrew Wilhelm, kind of convenient that Thomas nukes concealed carry restrictions before the Roe versus Wade riots of summer 2022. What do you think the meltdown's going to be over the Roe versus Wade decision?
I think it's going to be fucking fantastic, but I plan to stay inside all day tomorrow just in case it releases tomorrow. I don't want my car anywhere near any central points in the local cities.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess. Hopefully it's not bad, though. Striker A. Crowder just said SCOTUS is releasing a ruling tomorrow. Think it will be Roe. That's the rumor. Also, thank you for the kind words about Bandit. You nailed it. Thanks, brother. I know. I had a cat named Bandit. I think I mentioned that. Aaron Allums. Nick, you're adorable talking about your wife as a fellow female Trekkie. I would love to be friends with her. It's great to see a man show how much joy his wife brings him. Aaron, if you want to be friends with my wife, I don't know how to make that happen, but email me. I'll put you in contact with her. Maybe she'll hang out in some weird nerdy Trek way. Also, if you like Star Trek, as particularly the original series, a friend of mine, Vic Mignogna, did a fan-produced show a while back called Star Trek Continues. I'm not telling you to watch that because, like, look, I love him, but the acting in it is rightly shit. But what isn't shit, his acting was good. Don't get me wrong. His actually was pretty good. And there are a couple actors in there who are okay, but it's a little goofy for me. What was not shit, though, was the set. The set that they made was like a 1-to-1 replica of the original series. And this is the important part. It still exists in Georgia. Kingsland, Georgia. It's the Star Trek Continues set. You can go visit it. And I believe it's free. And you can go get a tour of it. You can walk around. You can see like how they did this thing. And it's like walking on the set of the original Star Trek. It's really cool if you like Star Trek. If you don't like Star Trek, it's super gay. But if you like Star Trek, it's pretty awesome. And if you like that, go do that. And Vic often gives the tours. It's not open during the summer because it's too damn hot in Georgia. It's not air conditioned. So in the fall, it's a fun trip down to Kingsland to go visit it. I'm going to try and make it out with Lady Rackets again sometime soon. But yeah, have fun with that. Stug says, but well-regulated means government run. Nope. Nabo 42. Hey, Nick, does Robert Barnes still simp for Jack Murphy? No. No, he does not. Actually, really interesting. This is one of his previous appearances. He talked about that. I'll let his words do the talking, but it seems like there was some initial stuff, and then there was something else that happened later. So go look up all the stream. The most recent stream with Robert Barnes before this one is, I think, the one he talked about it on. Aaron Porter says 3 sexy chunkers and a gay. I love it. Contrarian 420. Watch out, Nick. The panel is about to collapse. It's true. John Coyle. Please add Fudbusters. Matt is awesome. He did a great live stream on the decision earlier. A lot of people asked me to add him to the show. I did see. I would like to talk to him first as him rather than on a panel. So I'll be reaching out to him soon to try and set up a show. I would love to talk to him. It was not personal to not bring him on the panel tonight, but we'll talk soon. Ginny says, where's Fudbusters, Nick? Rabies, upstate New Yorkers, soon to be Oklahoman. First super chat with first paycheck. Celebrating for my friends. Commies cite emotional manipulation. Patriots cite the law. K-Dub smiles. See, Boozy blocked me on Twitter today, and I'm not anybody in this thing. Great job, Nick, and the rest of the YouTube clan. Oh, see, Boozy, he's likely running a block bot at this point, where if you follow me, you're going to get blocked automatically by software. That's the most likely outcome. He's one of these guys. I run into them a lot on Twitter. They think they're cool and funny or whatever, and they have a blue check and they think they're very important. And then they get ratioed over and over and over by some jackass who's drinking online. and then suddenly everybody starts getting blocked because they get really tired of the ratio. They get really tired of having people make fun of them. And I always, that's the spice of life for me. Okay, here we go. Lib Lay For the chat and you guys, do you know about Kai the hitchhiker? No one on LawTube seems to be covering it, and I believe he's serving 57 years for self-defense. Any idea about this one? Never heard of it.
Ring a bell.
I've never heard of it at all. It's not personal to Kai the hitchhiker, but I've no idea.
Kai the hatchet wielding hitchhiker.
Is that what? Did you Google it?
I Googled it, and that's the first thing that came up was a Wikipedia about a hatchet wielding hitchhiker.
Well, sounds fun. The dude couldn't be happier, live in Long Island, and we couldn't have a handgun without a permit, and they recently tried to do that with our New York compliant ARs. Loretta Silver member, I'm surprised Benjamin was on time if he's a Blatt, because as JLP says, Blatt people always late. Oh my God.
I just need you to be black and a female.
1 out of 2.
11 Bravo Crunchy, gonna have to catch your review of my bottle of whiskey tomorrow on VOD. Less than 10 hours off between now and when I need to be back at work tomorrow. Oh, the Hooten Young. I've been drinking it. Not a ton. I've been drinking it today though. It's really, really good. Like I'll do a full review of it when I get back from Kentucky. Oh, by the way, I should mention there's probably not going to be a live stream tomorrow. It's possible, but it's probably not going to happen. I'm going to Kentucky, and I don't know with my travels if I'll be able to live stream, but I should mention that. Shit, sorry. Okay, Ryan, ever notice how you never heard about shootings under Trump and a majority of GOP? Magical how that picks back up with a Democrat majority. The almighty truffles, it took me 2 years, but I finally won my case against my job. I was right. The doctors were wrong. I'm so glad I lawyered up and questioned everything. Oh, congrats, brother. That's good to hear. Or sister, as it may be. The almighty truffles. Hey, Nick, I was hoping you could shout out my fiance, Ray, whom I am going to marry. She's a lovely gal, and if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here now. To Ray. Not R-E-I like some degenerate Evangelion fan, but R-A-E like a proper Ray. To the almighty truffles, to Ray, may you guys proceed happily into this new chapter of your life, and may it bring you much fruit, many children, and tons of ridiculous selfies together on all sorts of gay, cute vacations. Cheers. Okay. Got through that screen. It's always finding the screen. One step too far says just tuned in. No idea what happened. Tell me, please. We've talked about it all day. Next, Wyatt Higbee. Welcome to Paralegal. The Sweep. Have we asked balls or no balls yet? Also, sucking toes. I think we asked you balls or no balls. What's your answer on that one?
Oh, my answer was balls. You have to go full out on everything.
Yeah, exactly. How are you with sucking toes?
I'm morbidly obese, so no experience.
Not your own toes, other people's toes. Would you suck a lady's toes?
No, I'm way too much of a germaphobe.
Okay, there you go. What if they were freshly scrubbed with like rubbing alcohol?
I have to think a very long time.
Would the tongue like navigate between the toes? Just a little bit. I'm just kidding. Toes are weird and gross. I don't like them. I am not into feet. I mean, I'll suck toes. If you need me to suck some toes, I'll do it, but I'm not going to be into it, you know? Like
I guess the short answer is going to be $5 is $5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's me too. Like there are more enthusiastic toe suckers out there than me, but like if it needs to happen to get the job done, then I mean, we're going to get the job done. That's the first and foremost here. AZ Flips, welcome to Paralegal Status. Josh Krushki says swords, knives, what all is classified as arms under the law? Yes and yes. It depends. Some states, you know, like Wisconsin has specific lists of deadly and dangerous weapons, brass knuckles, nunchucks, tasers in some states. You know, it's going to be state specific how they define weapons typically is how they define them, or dangerous weapons is how they define them under the law. But remember, like, so the broad provision is that you have an unquestioned right to keep and bear arms in general, whether they're deadly or non-deadly. Anything is an arm. You have a right to do that. The only question is whether they can infringe upon it. But if the infringement is related to it being an armament, like if you've got a board with a nail in it, like, and the infringement is anyone who's wielding a board with a nail is a weapon, then that implicates the Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest. But yes, swords and knives would be categorized as arms. Aurelianus, welcome to Paralegal Status. M2HMGHB says we need them to keep going after the NRA. It protects the FPC and GOA. Great panel tonight. Thank you. Aurelianus, odds on the nature of the horrific nightmares half of the country have of Clarence Thomas eye lasering their homes and businesses. I figure it is similar to the Tom Cruise War of the Worlds. Yeah. I just love it. Whenever Clarence Thomas writes an opinion these days, it is treated as if it is the worst thing that's ever happened in history. And it's amazing. It's amazing to see that. He is the Black Destroyer. And it's so fucking racist. But they've been racist against Clarence Thomas forever. I mentioned earlier that Clarence Thomas used to never ask questions during hearings. He was known as Silent Thomas or whatever. He would sit there just silently. He would never ask anything. When he asked a question, it became newsworthy. And then you would always see the racism of the fucking lefty journalists reporting on it come through immediately. Like, well, Clarence Thomas usually has a sense to keep his mouth shut. It's like, holy shit. And well, now that Clarence Thomas has finally decided to speak, we find out why he keeps quiet all the time. And it's like, oh my God, like it was always disparaging. And then when he started talking after Scalia died, and all the conservatives are like, wow, this guy's actually, he fully agrees with us on all this stuff. The left has hated him even more. It's great. I love it. Jesus Christ Home Slice says the job of the state is to justify the state. True. Ray K, you American, read that one. Contrarian 420, registered hunters in less than 5 U.S. states account for the largest standing army in the world. Andy's Wood Shop. It's all one word, man. I have to try and figure out where the word breaks is. Andy's Wood Shop, not Andy Swood Shop. Fuck. I pledged $200 in donating the 1%, as I promised. Tin Man, Ruby Ridge, and Waco. Yes, Pinochet's helicopter tours, politicians, elites, and the rich. No, things will get worse soon. Just like in Attack on Titan, their walls won't hold forever against armed and hungry. Striker A, if you want a good movie to see the limitation of state control of a populace, watch The Battle of Algiers. Shows the vulnerability of a state against a determined insurgency. Knives and guns matter. A determined insurgency dresses like the people who you aim to rule later. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. The insurgency, they don't wear uniforms. They look like the person you're going to subjugate or rule with democratic power or whatever it may be, however you're going to word it. So they look like so you're going to end up killing the wrong people a lot. It's why Palestinians fire missiles from churches and schools, so that when the Israelis fire back, they hit churches and schools, and then they get to use it. Because the sentiment of hitting a church and a school is propagandic, has a propagandist effect to it. So again, if you've got innocent people getting killed because they're trying to kill insurgents, looks bad for the government. DTQC, it's amazing how many little trucks it takes to drive a creepy little dictator into hiding. Also, Barnes, your last hush hush was amazing. Mike Demaret, why doesn't anyone talk about the woman in Virginia that stopped a mass shooting just days after that town in Texas? Very inconvenient to talk about that stuff. Battle Elf, how many Republicans voting for gun control are on the Ghislaine Maxwell client list? Don't know. Unfortunately, It wasn't fully listed. STFU FFS, when standing on dead for absolute power, use a bullhorn. Pinochet's helicopter tours, a 15-year-old domed a Fed with a 30-06 at Ruby Ridge. Lumbra Dragon, Ammon Bundy is running for governor of Idaho. There you go. Jay, Fed tax exempt movement, millions strong. Someone sent me a book, Ben. I don't know if you know about this, about how you don't ever have to pay taxes and that's real.
I think I posted a comment in one of your streams probably a month or two ago or a few weeks ago. If for some reason I actually ever am appointed to the bench, I'm putting fringe flags in my courtroom as an early warning sovereign citizen detector. I mean, that would be the only purpose, so that when they walk in, the rees immediately start, and I can get rid of them first off.
As my attorney officially with our retainer agreement that you don't remember that we signed, would you recommend me to not pay my taxes?
Well, if you want 3 hots and a cot paid for by the federal government, sure, go that route.
Doesn't sound so bad sometimes. Let's see. Rebecca McLaughlin.
Water on your house. It's pretty much a guaranteed place to stay. And
Rebecca
to save money doing it.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. And sometimes you even get sex. Rebecca McLaughlin, one of the guys, Ammon Bundy, is running for governor in Idaho. I'm hoping he wins. Culture wars diplomacy. Question, which is safer, concealed or open carry? Impossible to know, for one. There are benefits to either.
Yeah.
But the thing with concealed carry is the idea that anybody around you might be carrying. And so therefore it implies a politeness that should exist, like a level of decorum, so that you don't end up shooting someone.
An armed society is a polite society. Robert Heinlein.
Exactly. Kitty Cat. Now that Potatoes has mastered cycling, I suggest he tries skydiving next. Oh my God. Lee Richards. ATF tried to pass regulations to take the guns away from the elderly of Social Security. Fuck that. Skeesy. On abortion, it's awfully difficult to be given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness if your mom kills you before you even get to experience what taking a breath of air feels like. Abortion, I want to draw one more distinction. I know it's a hot button topic for people, and I'm legitimately not here to change people's minds on abortion. I have my opinion. My opinion is a hardline stance in favor of pro-life, but I get where people come from on abortion. I understand it, and there are logical societal arguments to say abortion should be legal that have some things to do with morality and some that have nothing to do with morality, and they're both logical. I don't agree with the ethics or the morality behind them, and so I can see the logic, but I don't agree. Okay, so I'm not here to shame anybody on their abortion opinions, but there isn't really critical distinction for me in this. Abortifacient drugs are different from abortions. Like a mom choosing to terminate her pregnancy privately by ingesting some sort of tea or whatever that will cause a miscarriage effectively. I don't think they should do that, but I'm much more okay with that than going into a clinic that involves a process with like 3 or 4 other people who will then shove a vacuum cleaner into a vagina and suck out the parts of a baby that they've crushed up with gator clamps. Like, I think those are different things. And I think when we get into this like idea of privacy and whatever, when you look at how privacy plays out in all of the other areas of our jurisprudence, the moment you involve a third party, you have no right to privacy. And abortion clinics are routinely not just multiple third parties are involved. So it's inconsistent application of privacy law. And that bothers me because I don't have privacy in my bank account because I share it with a bank, but you have privacy with an abortion doctor who's going to kill a life. I don't agree with that. So, but I want to point out there are very important differences in there that matter. Whether or not you agree with those differences or agree with the impact is a completely separate question, and that's okay. We can we can have differing opinions on it. Ruben Christopher Haynes, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Quick Signal V says, you know who red flag laws won't apply? Illegal gun owners. Can't confiscate something you don't know exists. Wolfies, can we have a stream talking about the 10th Amendment? By my understanding of it, they basically walked all over it. Wait, are you talking about, I mean, the 10th Amendment barely exists. It's an afterthought. It's long gone at this point. But if you're talking about the Supreme Court ruling today, I don't think we've got an actual 10th Amendment issue going on in the Supreme Court today, personally. But okay. Lee Richards, someone get an ashtray for Barnes. Eric Miller, the president's sniffing problem only affects white kids. Remover in a woods. I believe today's decision conflicts with Murdoch versus Pennsylvania and Shuttleworth versus City of Birmingham, Alabama. Tell me why I'm wrong. Fuck. Do you know those off the top of your head? Because I don't.
No, I'd have to look them up.
Yeah, I'm not going to delve into two different Supreme Court cases right now, but if there's a conflict with them, then this one takes precedent. Like this one will take priority because it's the most recent decision.
I mean, it's like asking about a conflict between Dred Scott and Brown versus Board.
Right. If there's a conflict between Dred Scott and Brown versus Board, because they have two essentially different issues, or well, they have two specifically different issues that have some overlap. Brown versus Board, to the extent necessary, overturns Dred Scott. I mean, that's that. I think in Brown versus Board, they expressly overturned Dred Scott. But,
right. But
even if they hadn't done that, and we saw this with Korematsu a couple times throughout the years, is that Korematsu was a specific time and place decision, which I think was also horrifying, but we did it. And we have several decisions after that cast doubt on Korematsu, and eventually they came out and said, to be clear, we're expressly overturning Korematsu. But to the extent necessary, a subsequent decision that conflicts with an earlier decision will overturn the earlier decision to the extent necessary to affect the subsequent decision's purpose. If that makes sense. Next. The goggles do nothing, says the CADOJ also can remove 3 firearms when one added. Oh, nice. Leor Engelstein, I have an FFL 07 SOT02. I manufacture firearms. California, even with all of its restrictions, is the largest gun market in the U.S. It's 56 million people in California, of course. The next closest state is Texas with like 35 million. I mean, it's a massive difference. Sheldon Barfield. Wait, no, Jesse Bear. Can New York State make it a felony to enter any private establishment with a firearm unless that establishment has posted guns welcome signs? Yes.
Yeah.
Would it pass? Would that be constitutional is a different question. And I don't know the answer to it. But yeah, I mean, a state legislature can pass a law and a governor can sign it. And then you always have to challenge that in court. And if you don't like that, by the way, there is a solution to it. It's elect different fucking people. That's the solution everybody forgets. They're like, well, how can they do this? Well, I mean, they can do things that are in contravention to law over and over. They will all the time. Elect different people was the next step that the founders intended. It's like, well, if they fuck around enough, people just go, oh, I don't want to elect this piece of shit again. And that was the plan. We don't do that, though. That's on us for not doing that. Red Z, hey, I haven't heard, but does North Carolina voter ID law allow state legislature to compel information? I have no idea what the North Carolina voter ID law is. Sheldon Barfield, Nick, would you like to talk to Kibbs from the Bickering Bunch? He's an indie game dev streamer, friend of Arch Warhammer. Maybe. Don't know. Never heard of him. Greg UW, at Blatt, England brought back boiling tar via acid. Oh, shit. The acid attacks. SCFU says, but New Mexico has a right to request NM has a right to resist an unlawful arrest. Yeah, kind of. Again, living through the unlawful arrest resistance is one thing. resisting the unlawful arrest versus striking a peace officer in the conduct of their duties is different. You might win, but man, honestly, if you're being arrested, what you should do is comply. Like, that's what you should do. I know it sucks, but that's the legal recommendation that is the smartest, because not complying leads to further further charges and also death. Overnight Joe says, regarding abortion, you're saying women should have less rights than a corpse. Not fucking at all. Not at all, actually. Okay. And again, abortion's a different discussion for a different time. We can have it, but not here. Dark Blues G, hey, Rackets, great show. Am I the only one that finds SCOTUS selective incorporation spineless? Also, thoughts on felons having their rights restored immediately upon completion of sentences. To do less is BS, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on board with that. If you get done with your sentence and your probation or parole or whatever you have, then you should be done. That's my opinion. We don't do that, but that's maybe how it should be. Josh Krushke says, no. Laws should not be based on morality, but harm. That is morality, is the point. Was there a violation of someone's rights? If not, you get the criminalization of vices. But I get what you're saying. So you're saying if there is no quote unquote victim, then there shouldn't be a crime, right? Like, so prostitution shouldn't be criminalized. I agree, by the way, that prostitution shouldn't be criminalized because there's no harm. But someone would say that prostitution is harm. They would say that prostitution relies on an exploitative industry that takes advantage of girls who are either destitute or in some sort of straits that are not properly able to enter into a contract, and they enter into contracts that are unconscionable that require the state to endorse effectively abuse at the service of a contract. That's an argument for the illegalization of abortion that is used. It's a moral argument. But the idea that the opposite idea is also true, that, well, they have the right to contract, so therefore that's a moral argument about contract rights. Anyway, I mean, I mostly agree, but I'm just saying what it is, not what it ideally should be. Next, Michelle B says, as I insinuated before, I am pro-choice when it comes to the abortion issue. That's great. Go for it. It's not something I would choose, but I feel making abortion illegal would be a much bigger detriment to society. And see, I disagree with that, but that's okay. We're allowed to disagree on these things. Will H, I want to hear Robert rant about Torba's tweet. Oh, God. Cars in Depth, I'm old enough to remember when Quaker puffed wheat and rice were shot from guns. Would a company advertise like that today? No. Wick Dipper, with all the quibbling over various firearms, why do we blindly accept restrictions for brass knuckles, switchblades, etc.? Because people don't have them as much, I guess. Mike Doherty, see the brief of law enforcement groups et al. For the 2.5 million data points. Christy Lynn, welcome to paralegal status. Dank Count, can you amend a federal law that will restrict any more gun legislation that's unconstitutional? Yes, you can. Will they? No. Cam Cruz, a woman should be able to terminate an unwelcome pregnancy. It's a sad decision, but theirs to make rather than the government's. Womb is self-defense. I mean, the baby might disagree with you. That's the hard part. Like, that's what makes abortion hard, is that there is a life there that might deserve protection. And if you say, well, the baby can't talk, so therefore it doesn't get that, then you get the question of, okay, so does the mute person deserve death? Does the person who's unconscious deserve to be killed at the whim of the people who have to care for them? Someone's vomiting on the couch too much, like, and they're overly alcoholic. Do they get to die because other people want them to? These are hard questions. That's what makes the issue difficult. Corn Pop's Revenge, welcome to Super Lawyer. Josh Krushke, welcome to Lawyer. Tina Lewis, welcome to Paralegal. Whoop says, thank you for being inclusive to the Pride community by wearing a pink shirt. My pleasure. Aggie Y, maybe check stats for violent deaths / suicides amongst pregnant women in the U.S. and Sweden, as well as number of abandoned babies in both countries. See, now I've done it. Someone brought up abortion. There's a whole lot that goes into that. And should the U.S., if they're going to require pregnancy and birth? Should they maybe be on the hook for it? Should we fix the adoption industry? Is there all sorts of stuff we can do? Yes. Yes, it's a complicated issue. It always has been. People making it simple are lying. Wick Dipper says, totally my first super chat ever. Have you tried Hendrick's gin? Yes. If so, thoughts? It's okay. If not, yet a Hendrick's and tonic garnished with cucumber. Very nice. Yeah, well, that I would like. My favorite gin is Heyman's Old Tom Gin. Devin Craig, Nick and friends keep bridging the gap between black and white with the books, black and white of the books, and the rest of us unlearned of the law. People's education is knowledge is power. Hail Tugs Tits. Kara Pappas, hey, Nick, I am not allowed to own a firearm for 5 years due to a regretful decision with a rifle I thankfully did not make. If I wanted to own a gun after 5 years, would I face a challenge? I don't know. That depends. Are you prohibited by like probation, where you had a plea agreement that says no guns for 5 years? I mean, once you are off of that, you should be able to own a gun without a problem. But if you're not able to own a gun because of a felony conviction, that's way different. You got to get permission from people for
if
that.
it's a felony conviction or if it was a domestic violence conviction.
Yeah. The Law Patrol says, still can't work out why U.S. still has sex work as illegal. My state just legalized street walking in order to give street corner prostitutes protection like workplace insurance, government sick leave. Used to be only brothels. I don't know either, but we do. Kara Pappas, I know you may not remember the words you said to me a little while back. Not your fault, but I will never forget them. Thank you so much, Nick. Oh, thank you. RB, do red flag laws compel you to give up the location of your guns, or do they only get to take what they can find? Does it stop you from buying more? I mean, the reality is they can always only take what they can find. Like
so,
that.
I mean, the interesting question there is, does it stop you from buying more? And the answer is pretty much no, depending on how your state's red flag law is worded and whether or not they notify the FBI. What does it do?
Now they might, like, if you have some sort of mental health issue that is accompanying your red flag thing. If you get Baker acted and there's a mental health determination that's made,
that'll
danger. And then of course they have to follow through and make sure to report that appropriately so that it gets incorporated into the national background check database. Assuming all that happens, then it can be a problem. But if they don't do that, if you just get red flag, no. But the reality is that lots of people are not wealthy enough to replace the guns that get taken by red flag. It's onerous on, and all of this stuff is critical to remember. This is an economic discrimination. If you're rich, like the McCloskeys, right? The McCloskeys live in a fucking museum. They had their guns taken. They sued to get their guns back after they won their criminal cases or whatever. They pled out their criminal cases. They sued to get their guns back. They lost. It's no big deal for the McCloskeys to go out and buy another $900 AR. Their house is as big as my city. It's not a problem for them to do that. So, but for someone who lives in a trailer, their only defense is that, that gun they bought at a pawn shop or whatever, that gets confiscated by red flag. And then now they don't have the money to go buy another one. That's the discrimination there. Kara Pappas, on a lighter note, if the person you're dating has horrendous multiple personality disorder, does that mean you have a harem? Yes. AEV, off topic kind of, but when and how are we going to get people out of prisons who had a little weed from mandatory minimums? Through a lot of fucking work of independent organizations. Robonex666 says unbreaded. He also says poor kids smell just as good as white kids. Biden probably. And then finally, Kara Pappas, it wasn't a crime. It was a near suicide attempt I had that resulted in a week-long institutionalization in a mental health hospital. Worst week of my life. That one might cause you problems.
If it was involuntary, there are states that participated in an FBI program where you can get that removed from your record. But if it's on your record and it's an involuntary, that's a prohibition.
Yeah, you'll have to find a way to petition to get that removed, get permission from the ATF to purchase a gun. It's a pain in the dick. Roy Rat, there is a pretty interesting historical link between the Battle of Culloden Scottish immigration to the United States and why we have the Second Amendment, and it involves kilts. Okay, a couple more over on Odyssey, and then we're done. Firefox, apologies if this has been asked, but how will the SCOTUS decision affect red flag laws, or will there be any effect to the law? It basically says the states get to make red flag laws, or can make red flag laws, and there's some resources for it, is my understanding. Is that accurate?
Well, that's what the Senate bill is.
Yeah, that's the bill. Not the decision doesn't affect red flag laws at all.
No, it would probably fall under reasonable limitations given the current makeup of the court.
Firefox says, friendly reminder, Wayne LaPierre is a freaking fucking cuck, who deserves to be strung up in the town square by his testicles. Zalcor07, abolish government. Great US mofos, stop using gun geek words. Many of us don't know what you guys are yapping about. Shit. LBRT has a pissing on YouTube sticker. Fractured 01 has a shooting star. Constitutionalist Libertarian says, Nick, did you see Viva's stream today? No. He went full retard over him and Robert Barnes getting called out by Andrew Torba of Gab for the hate speech bullshit they slipped into the TOS they were writing for Rumble. He actually said while doing it that calling someone names isn't free speech. I've not seen it at all. I'm not sure about I haven't read Rumble's terms or whatever, but I'm wondering if I thought Rumble was going to rewrite those terms for the US and that they were stuck in Canadian law, but I don't know. Dank Count says, are NFA items included in their BS red flag laws?
They're guns.
Yeah. NFA items are all going to be, they're all whatever you have's going.
Yeah, and you'll never get those back because they'll be seized by your locals, turned over to NFA branch, and you'll never get them back.
I'm a psychopath says, in New York City always took years and thousands of dollars just to deny CCWs. If it switches from may to shall, won't one police plaza just drag their feet and take forever to approve the permits even longer? If they do that, there's a challenge to it. It's like an as applied challenge where if their process
Thomas put that in the decision.
Oh, did he?
The shall issue has to be a reasonable time period to process too. So it's an immediate sue and cite the decision.
So long story short is they, of course, this is the hard part to remember about government. The government can do a lot of bullshit. The question is, can you redress it in court? And the answer is, if they drag their feet, yes, you would have redress through the courts. That's not going to change, but can they still pull bullshit? Yes. I mean, right now a cop can roll into your house, arrest you, fist fuck you, and then throw you in prison. You would just have redress through the government or through the courts for the violation of your rights, but they can do it. A senior officer could order it. The governor of the state could order all of that. You know, what a government can do and what a government is able to withstand in a legal challenge are two different things. But with that lovely image, Ben, thank you for hanging out with me. I'm going to call it a night.
Cool. Thank you for having me again.
Always a pleasure. Thank you to the chat. Chat, I don't know when I'll see you next. Probably Monday night, possibly tomorrow night or over the weekend. Make sure you check me out on mercatolaw.locals.com if you're not already, to make sure you get any notifications. And also I'll probably be posting pictures of the trip that I take with Lady Rackets on Locals there as well, if you'd like to follow on with that kind of gay frilly stuff. Ben, anything you want to say before we go?
No, it's been fun and happy to be here.
All right, brother. Thanks, chat. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag bound or a love broke. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a
That was the wrong one. Here's the right one.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet,